It's a Crime and Shame with Sunny Justice. Hey everyone that's in chat. Hi Deb. Hi, another day. First time you've caught a live on time. Well, welcome. Wasn't gonna do a live actually, and then I was looking. I hadn't done a live in a few days actually because I just been really tired. But I've just been like searching with the Delphi case, of course, and stuff. And I don't know. I've just been really exhausted. So, hi, Peace, Not Silence. How are you? Hi, Polly. So yeah, and then so I was like, oh, I feel bad because Deb and that, or they probably thinking I was going to do a live today, but I know it was a last minute decision. So, anyways, yeah. So welcome, guys. Hi from Oregon. I'm from Vancouver, Canada, myself. So yes, us Canadians, I know more about the true crime for United States than I do for Canada, sadly. I hate to say that, but it's true. But then I didn't intentionally plan on looking at cases past your bedtime. Sorry. You can go to sleep to me if you like. So anyway, so the last few days, I think Adam's going to be here too in a short little time, if I'm not mistaken. Did he say he was coming on? I think Deb's just going to sit and chat, she says. And just be the cheerleader over there. Okay, so the last few days I've just been trying to find like connections because I just feel like there's two stories going on here with the Delphi. We have like the one side, which I've spoke about. Yeah, Adam's getting pretty. That's right. Hello, Laura. How are you? See, what's bugging me the most is that you have Keegan Klein and Tony Klein, none of which are the BG, but you guys can all think what you want. That's fair enough, okay? There's Adam. Okay, there's Adam. Hi, Adam.
Hey there.
How are you?
Good. I'm sorry. I was brushing my teeth.
You were getting pretty. Yeah, come on. He was doing his hair.
No, I went to a soccer game tonight, so I'm still wearing my soccer clothes.
Yeah. Okay. Are you gonna stay off cam or gonna come on cam or no?
I'm gonna come on in a minute.
Yeah. Okay. I know I got this popsicle that I've been.
Yum.
So I want you to come on and talk, and then I can finish my popsicle.
What flavor is that?
It's a rocket one. I don't know. It was multi flavors. My husband, apparently, sometimes I never look in the deep freeze. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, what's in here that I forgot all about? So all of a sudden I look in there and there's like the rocket pops or whatever.
Yum.
So I was like, I forgot I bought those.
You have a deep freeze? That's so adult.
Yeah, I know, right? It's because you get tired of buying shit and you can't just put it in your freezer. So it's not a huge one. It's just kind of like a nice apartment size, I guess.
Yeah, because you're in a condo, right? Or an apartment?
Yeah, people call them condos or apartments. I call them apartments. Yeah, because it's just a couple of minutes from where I work.
Right. That's the same here. I work one block from where I live.
Oh, see? Yeah.
It's funny. Someone explained to me once that a condo is something you own. An apartment is something you rent.
Well, Oh, correct. Even so, that always threw me off too, because so back in the day, even when you rented, it was called a condo. And then I think as years went on, a condo became something, even if it was an apartment, and that really confused me. It's like, okay, an apartment is an apartment, a condo is a condo. A condo always just meant that it was, you were attached to another thing. It wasn't a fourplex, it was more than like four.
And even my friends that live in New York that own, they still call it their apartment.
Yeah, it's to me they're apartments.
It cost $1 million, and I'm like,
yeah, I know, right? That's what they are out here. You know that, like meaning in Vancouver. If you want to live in Vancouver, you're probably paying about a good 700 to $1 million for crazy enough. Like just for that.
So so yours was what, 1 million or 2 million?
Yeah, right. No, these places here are more about the 400,000 to 500,000 mark, because it's a suburb of Vancouver.
Okay.
Or here,
I've never been to the west coast of Canada.
Well, Vancouver is absolutely beautiful. Whoever hasn't been here before.
Yeah. When I lived in Northern California, I never made it past Oregon.
Yeah, well, it's very scenic and it's very beautiful. It's just, I came home about 3 years ago again. I've been half my life in Alberta and half my life here, but if anyone wants just, beautiful snow caps, Mount Baker always has snow on it. Mount Baker is like a huge mountain that you can pretty much see from anywhere, but it's gorgeous. Whistler, absolutely beautiful ski resort. It's just scenic. There's greenery everywhere. You got your 3 seasons. You don't really get too much of a winter down here. It's that, more the rest of Canada does. We get more rain, if anything, but it's just beautiful greenery, like wherever you go, it's just mountains all around. And yeah, I mean, if anyone's seen on the news when we had the flooding here in Chilliwack and that, they would have kind of seen, just exactly kind of what it looks like. But anyway, yeah, beautiful place, beautiful, expensive.
Yeah. And I saw you guys are trying to get the Olympics again. So.
Oh, I didn't even know we were.
Yeah. I saw you and Salt Lake City are both or Vancouver and Salt Lake City are both trying to get, I think it's the 2030. I don't know.
Well, I was going to say, I remember when they did the expo, back in the day. I think I was living in Calgary at the time. I'd been to the Calgary Olympics, but I hadn't been to the Vancouver ones because I think I was living in Calgary at the time. But yeah, that's when they built like the expo, that round ball that looks like a, whatever you want to call it, round ball, whatever. Some sort of science thing. Oh, there you are, sexy.
Yeah, sorry. You said you weren't going to do a live tonight, so I was like getting ready to like put my pajamas on, and then I was like, I'll keep this on for a minute.
Yeah, I wasn't, and then I was sitting there feeling guilty because I didn't do one yesterday, and I didn't do one the day before, and I'd fallen asleep. Like, of course, I said to myself, "Self, don't freaking say this." And the minute I said, "Watch, there's a customer," every time on Saturday, a customer comes in at 3:45, and we're closed for. Oh, one sec, husband's coming. One sec.
How's everyone doing tonight? Okay, so I'm just gonna read really quick. Oh, so Laura, the Memorial Trail walk was at Delphi today. Pretty good turnout considering the temperature and wind chill. Was there snow on the ground, and how did it go other than the turnout? Let us know in the chat. That's so awesome. I can't wait to see pictures and everything. I've been working, and then I went to a soccer game tonight, so I'm just now sitting down to catch up on everything. Oh, see, Deb's not here, so I guess I have to keep talking. Let's see. We have 37 people in chat. You're muted.
Okay. I thought I clicked it too fast. I guess I didn't really click it. So anyways, my husband was going to McDonald's and I just said I wanted a little McChicken burger. And then he comes back with a whole meal and I don't want the whole meal. So I'm like, okay, come back, take my fries. I don't want my fries. I just wanted a little chicken thing, and then he comes back and he gets me a huge drink as well, and I'm just like,
Nice.
I just wanted to make chicken. but but anyway, yeah. I mean, I love fries. Don't get me wrong, but I had Tim Hortons chili not too long ago as well. So
I don't think I've ever been to a Tim Hortons.
do you guys have Tim Hortons?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay.
No, but I mean, I've seen them when I was in Canada before, but I don't think I've ever been to one.
Yeah, like he was a famous hockey player back in the day.
Right.
Yeah, that's about all I know. But yeah, I wasn't sure because we just have Tim Hortons. Whatever your guys' coffee places, we have Starbucks and Tim Hortons.
Yeah, we have Starbucks and I think like Dunkin' Donuts and then local places, of course.
Okay, that was kind of it. We used to have Dunkin' Donuts. I don't really see them much anymore.
Oh, really?
So
They're
so
they're spreading out everywhere in the South because I live in Charlotte and we didn't used to have them here, but they're popping up everywhere.
Yeah, they used to be here, but I don't know if we still have any here in Canada. We might, but it's very nominal. So we are more Tim Hortons is our one to yours.
What's your national chain kind of?
Oh, she says Janice says they have a Tim Hortons in Ohio.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. And
yeah, Laura had said that she she said it was icy here and there. Randy Gravitz uploaded a walk video already tonight. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess Laura, did you go to the walk?
oh, was the walk tonight? Was it
Yeah,
yesterday?
they had a walk today, remember, in Delphi, and I know that Deb and Chrissy had said in our chat earlier today that they were snow on the ground, so I wasn't sure how it went.
Oh, okay. Was anyone here in the chat that was there?
Laura said about 30 people did the walk-in bridge crime scene and Ron Logan exploration. Ron Logan exploration sounds...
Was it because he's dead, so everyone just
sickening.
explored his land? Is that kind of
I guess, yeah.
Is that about it, Laura? Nice, Laura.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad. I'm
Okay,
happy that everyone went out.
Oh, but you had to go to Florida. Yeah. You know what? I totally forgot. I was at work.
Yeah, I until just now I forgot as well, actually.
Yeah. You know, as I get older, the brain gets a little denser, okay?
Right.
It doesn't quite hold the information like it used to. Uh-oh, this fry is calling me. I kept a couple. Okay, I kept a couple. Okay, Ron Logan's property exploration. Yeah. So,
who owns Ron's property now? I'm not trying to go down the Ron rabbit
hole.
hole.
I haven't even looked into that myself. If it's been passed on to somebody yet, or if it's still up for grabs, I don't know. Anyone know? Anybody else?
Laura said people from Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, and Ohio made the trip. Well, they had nothing better to do.
Right?
I'm kidding.
Anyone from
Canada?
I
think that's incredible that people went. I would love to go someday, but I don't know. It might be emotional.
I just like to drag Katie's ass over there and be like, look, bitch. See what you did?
You could go see where you grew up next to his grandparents.
Yeah.
Probably his son, yeah.
Yeah, that would be a very emotional experience, I think. I know for me. I know it would be for me.
Yeah.
Because I know I would be absorbed by the, like whenever I feel something around me, it's like I get shivers in my body. I would probably totally feel like the whole thing play through my head. Right. I mean, I think a lot of people, I'm sure, think about that, you know, because everyone just already knows what happened. So I'm sure there's a lot of people that kind of get that, you know, like the, what do you want to call it? The little shiver quiver vibe.
Right. Well, I'm sure Laura could even tell us. I'm sure it was emotional. Although she did say we couldn't get into the jail to visit Greeno.
Darn it all, really? Oh, for Christ's sake.
Just had to ask one of his 6 employees.
Right? Darn. That was hilarious. Okay. I have to make a comment about that. Let me just put up a video. Ask people for money. Tell them I'm sending Gray Hughes and Mel a subpoena or whatever it was.
It's civil. Yeah.
Yeah.
I assumed that's like a cease and desist, but
You know,
He said civil litigation or something, but
yeah.
I assume he meant assist and desist.
You know what still gets me though? Okay. So I know that the other day, obviously, right? Remember, he put up that video that was like, oh, here's my PayPal in the description. Please send me money. And honestly, what, yeah, he's a franchise. And honestly, when you still see people that sit there, and I don't care, judge me all you want, because I'm going to judge him harsh. But when you still see people that sit there and go, Greeno, I miss you so much. I just hopefully you can come back soon. You know, I literally, seriously, if I could hurt somebody with my stare of my eyes at those comments, like that would happen.
Right.
I just cannot believe the stupidity of people when it comes to stuff like that. Why are their expectations lower on the internet than they are in real life? Seriously. It just blows me away that these people are so dense, and I don't care, give me shit for saying this, dense and dumb, that they would
Right.
literally sit there and go, you know, let's just overlook all 35 of your criminal mistakes and your abuse and your knife on your girlfriend. You know, let's just ignore all that stuff. I miss you, Greeno. I want you to be my online boyfriend still. Because,
We know. I don't know a ton about Greeno, honestly, because I kind of came into the YouTube aspect of Delphi kind of recently, really just in the last couple of months. So Greeno was really in jail basically when I started watching your channel. And so I'm kind of was catching up on some of that backstory with Greeno. And I'm amazed though at like his ability to twist becoming like almost like he like even in that video where he talked about Mel and Gray, he talked about how they were harming his children. And I'm like, the ones you don't pay for?
Yeah, those children. I know, but it's honestly,
or the ones we don't know about.
And then there's those odd idiots that leave a comment on my video saying, like kind of like giving me shit. And I'm just like, like shut the hell up. And then Mel Roberts put this big, at first I was like, wait, is Mel giving me shit for not saying something properly or something? And then I realized that she was responding to the person's name, Get It Real, or something like Get It Real. And then she put down like a nice blurb on there or whatever. And I'm just like, oh, okay, that's what she meant.
Because I didn't know. Honestly, I never watched her channel. I didn't know anything about her, and I'm not saying anything negative. She was charming though. When I popped into that live for like 10 minutes when she was talking about everything, and I found her to be really charismatic.
Oh, not one of those. Oh, John Tucker, Private Eye. Oh, you moron. Oh, just that coming out of your mouth guess what you get? It's Sean Harmon. My father was the bridge guy. Sean. Yeah, don't doubt your Sean, because isn't Sean in a rehab place too? Either way, guess what, dude? Guess who gets the boot? Oh, enjoy. I feel so bad about that. Hold on. Make sure I just want to make sure I hit it properly.
He's got 7 videos.
Yeah. What is Dad being the bridge guy?
Ooh,
you know what? Yeah. Sean and freaking Green are there, like 2 peas in a pod. Go. Whatever. Anyway, I don't want to make this about Green, piece of shit, whatever.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make
No, it's not you. I just mean, okay, so that name I don't like right away either. So I'm going to block that person before they even start. That Datra Hardaway. Yeah, we all know what was going to happen there. Okay, so it looks like it's time for me to put this on subscriber mode only. My cat is the bridge guy, just a joke. Okay, block user.
Is this like a new thing?
Yeah, it must be noobs are out tonight.
Is that
crazy whack jobs?
The Harmon guy? I don't know. I've never went down that. Is that the Harmon guy?
Which guy? Yeah, that's the whack job. That's him.
That's who was just in the channel, I guess.
Well, whether it's him or not, either way, let me just quickly go to customization, subscribers only mode. Let's do this for 4 hours. I can kiss my ass tonight. On there, save. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Let's clean it up. The loonies come out. I'll tell you that much.
It is late night on a Saturday.
This view says 6 million YouTube is strange. Okay. Any more whack jobs so you guys take care of them, yeah? Hey, Jeff, how are you? Anyways, okay. Yeah. So, if anyone wants to, again, know about Greeno, and about Delphi and his manipulations and his bullshit, the perfect person to go to their channel is Mel Robert at The Cold Truth. And I'm just going to drop that link here in a second.
Right.
The Cold Truth, because, yeah, she has a lot to say. And you guys, like I said, even if it causes a couple stupid people that are still wishing him back right now. But you know what? Sadly is the case here. Sadly, I wouldn't doubt it if his subscribers have gone up. That's just how pathetic sometimes people can be.
Well, I can't speak for this myself, but I can only imagine that being a female in the true crime community is already a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. So
yeah, it is.
I think it's important to shout out some respect for credible female content creators like you and Mel and Zab Girl. I think Misbehaved is another one that I've heard of.
It's at the end of the day, of course you can chat here, Kathy. At the end of the day, there's people, you can't walk over me. You just can't. Right. You can make your stupid threats and shit, but you can't walk over me.
Well, some men think they can with women, so
right, they think that they can, and whatever. And you know what? And this is the majority of females, and the majority of females will gravitate to the men regardless. More so, it's just human nature. Women, by all means, would rather listen to a guy talk than typically a female talk. It's just human nature, you know. It's just true. And then the males typically gather together, you know, with their little cliques and stuff like that. I just really don't like getting involved in that, the clicky thing and stuff like that. It's just like every channel to me is either I respect your channel or I don't, but I don't really care one way or the other, as long as you're a decent human being. Like it's like CD, you know, I really like CD. I enjoy his opinion, you know. Same with even, and I don't really know him, but I really like Fig. I can tell he's a decent guy. Even Unroyal, you know, Unroyal wanted to stick kind of just with his little group there, meaning he didn't want to put himself all over. So, you know, I respect the fact that he was truthful, because he was supposed to come on, but then you could just see, right, that he was just kind of wanting to stay with what he was going with. I don't venture
far, you know. I don't really go too far away from my little bubble.
But there's people out there that can, like, to me, that do things right, and they do things like with real care and compassion in a sense. And there's other ones that do things and they take digs at people constantly all the time. I'm going to be the first one to stand there right behind Mel and go, you know, that Greeno is a piece of shit. Because there's a difference between a YouTube creator and just a con man that deserves to be, like she said, in the true crime community himself. Because he's that person. He's no different than those people that what's, you know, like those shows, documentaries where the women get, you know, kind of like almost like swindled in by their Rico Suave, their bullshit and stuff like that. And watching Greeno and watching the people that follow him and the people that go, oh, I still miss you and I still this and that, just tells you right there, there's a sucker born every minute. There's a lot of suckers born every minute. Now, the thing is, it's because they're trying to find the goodness out of everything, but sometimes it's just not there. You know, let other people find the goodness. But I
think everyone can be guilty of that. I mean, I think, you know, when we're lacking, when we're lonely or we're lacking anything,
I know.
You know, I think we've all been in that place where we will we'll fill in the holes that we need to.
Right, and that's exactly what the predators look to do. That's exactly why people attract themselves to my personality, is because they see those people that are kind, that reach out, that want to help, that want to fix, and they are like leech suckers on you. And then we're those ones that are going, like me, I did this for a guy back in the internet, and I was just like, oh, you poor thing, like, I can fix you, I can help you. Oh my God, nightmare of my life. But it was a big ass learning experience.
When it's like you have givers and takers, and when you're a giver, all you're going to do is attract takers.
Oh yeah, right. And then there's people. It's just that there's people that learn from it, and there's other people that just don't.
Right.
I'm not. I'm one of those ones that. Oh, all right. I learned my fucking lesson. All right.
I'm too tired anymore. I'm too
Yeah,
old and tired to
yeah.
engage.
hmm I mean, the thing is, unfortunately, it's just life, you know. But it's kind of one of those things. Like I said, fool me once, shame on you, or shame on me, or no,
Right.
fool me once, shame on you, fool me
Yeah.
twice, shame on me for being the idiot that stuck around and stuff like that. But anyways, so I dropped the link in there. I was just gonna drop it again. If anyone really just wants to go check out, you know, Greeno and his crap and stuff like that, just go visit that channel.
No, I'm
But
sorry. So I didn't
anyway,
mean to. I didn't mean to turn the conversation
it's all
into the
good.
content creator thing. But so, what do you have going on tonight with Delphi?
Okay, so my thing is this. Okay, I'm very frustrated with the Delphi right now again because it's like the answers are so close. And it's not to say that the LE and that don't have the answers already. It's just that a matter of when they're going to pounce. Okay,
Right.
is how I feel about it. And so, praying justice is coming soon. I believe it is. You know, I really
Yeah.
hope it is. I mean, I really hope when it said March 31st, like that pendulum was just swinging like crazy.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know is I just ask it a question, and if it does its thing, it does its thing. But maybe maybe I'll be right. Maybe I won't. Doesn't matter. I just feel like regardless, it's coming soon. That
Right.
I feel like it's really on its way.
What do you
Go
think
ahead.
about the What do you think about the television and national news even that all of a sudden has picked up on the murder sheets angle of the case? Because I mean, I feel like when you're on the CBS Evening News or
Yeah.
some of these major news channels, it really does amp the pressure up for.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Tony Klein
Yeah.
is not sleeping as well tonight as he was 2 nights
Correct.
ago.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I think we talked about this, but probably Murder Sheets reached out, probably
Right.
emailed
Oh yeah.
the news stations, and then once those news stations, like for us, that was old news, right, guys? I mean, for
Right.
us, we'd already learned about the Murder Sheets document already, of course. But once, of course, it's a big story. So of course, once it gets out into the spotlight of a news station, of course, then it was has blown up again.
Right. And
Although
it really
we
puts the
already,
pressure though on LE as well because
oh yeah,
it makes it that much. I mean, they can ignore us. They can ignore the true crime community
yeah.
to a certain extent, but
Well,
I
I
doubt they can
remember,
ignore millions of people on the national news.
yeah. I was when I was listening to it, I just thought to myself, I was thinking of like both Keegans. I was thinking of Tony Klein. I was thinking of good. You guys are being exposed like the pieces of crap you guys are.
Right.
You guys, it's humiliating, yeah, to say the least, right? So it was one thing when it was a little bit smaller here, but once the news gets at it, it's humiliating when you
Right.
have to look at your face everywhere. Like Keegan, I'm sure he never ever, how people do things illegally and they don't think much about what they're doing really.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
like if somebody was back in the day was downloading games for free and they don't really think about it as stealing, even though it is. And
I
then next
never
thing,
got arrested for downloading Napster,
yeah,
and I stole a lot of music on Napster.
yeah, right. Remember, right? Uh-huh. And so I just think that it's one of those things that, they think that there's almost like no big deal about it. And yet they are so wrong,
Right.
but I think it was deeper. Obviously as the times kept going, it got deeper and deeper. And I remember, so a person told me that is a friend of Tony Klein's that said that Keegan sells it on the web, on the dark web. Sells his account. So whether that's literally true, it sounds like something that would be very, viable, that it actually is
Right.
true, because that would make sense. Yeah. Because we all know that that's where those pedos and that go. It's like their own little world. Like, for instance, I remember watching a documentary, and I think actually Keegan has this on his, but there was a documentary I remember watching not that long ago, and it was basically like a pedo will leave something on their Facebook or whatever to let you know that they are a pedo. Like, do you know what I mean? Okay, so let's put, like, let's say that they leave a link that says, love for children, like love for the children, right? And they're making it seem like it's just a normal post, but
Right.
really it's an invitation to let you, that pedo, know that they are pedo themselves. And I remember watching the documentary, and I'm pretty sure that Keegan actually on his, I remember just seeing something about children. I remember going, hey, didn't I just see that in a documentary not that long ago? I was
Right.
having that deja vu moment. But basically that's what they do, is that they use little symbols or whatever to make it seem like they're caring, but really it's just an invite to more pedos and stuff like that.
Well, when you kind of deep dived on some of the social media accounts of Keegan's, family and acquaintances, and Tony's especially, I mean, you come across some of these profiles that you're like, okay, half their friends are like
Yeah.
these fake-looking Asian girls that look
Yeah.
very, very
Oh
young.
yeah, like little titties and stuff's poking out. Like they're
Right.
very, like there's quite a few of them that are, like,
Right.
tickle my Tinder or something like
It's
that
like
or
they don't
whatever.
even seem to hide it that
No.
they are just brazen about it. But
Yeah, that's pretty much what it looks like to me, to be honest with you. It's like you look at there's this guy, a friend of Tony Klein's, anyway, a big drug dealer in
right.
Peru as well. And he has like, his one Facebook has like over 3,000 friends or
Oh, I know
whatever.
the one you're talking about.
Yeah. And it's like I said, like all you see is a bunch of these little, titties
They
popping out
they
your
either
face.
look like Russian or Asian or Eastern European. So it's like you wonder. It's
Exactly.
like there's and then like the Hannah Russell Instagram account where like it says like I'm looking for slaves,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that
hmm
under 15 or something. And
Yeah.
then you look at the people that like those posts, and I'm like, they're
Yeah.
all these creepy men.
Yeah. You know what? Okay. So I was going to say, and like in all of the searching again that I've done the last few days, simply, honestly, they all, they all just freaking attach to each other.
Right.
So it doesn't matter if I'm looking at the Kurt side, but you know which name keeps coming out of the woodwork all the time is the Babcock name. Okay.
Right.
And like that one Babcock that we were looking at the other day with the, kind of like the initials, that one Babcock one. I'll tell you that.
DC.
Yeah. Okay. That one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. If you want to find every druggie, every meth head possible, every person that has conviction after, just go to that Facebook and you will
Right.
see you will see the Keegan Klein side of it, and you will see like the whole it's just everywhere. The
Well,
one name go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead, please.
No, I was just gonna say, the one name that again comes up frequently is that Reagan last name, or Ragan, or however you say it,
Yeah.
Ragan. I think that kind of name is huge somewhere. Definitely into the drugs and whatever. But there's definitely like the Babcock name. But it's just like when you look at everyone's name, like like Cheyenne Ingalls, her brother Jack, or
Right.
whatever Ingalls, or I think that's her brother Jack. I think that's who that is. It's either her ex or her brother, whichever it is.
Right.
Anyways, you just literally have to go to these Facebooks and you just keep seeing the same meth heads and druggies over and over again. And it doesn't matter if it's another name that you'll keep seeing, kind of like what I showed you guys the other day, is the Cotrell. Okay. Again, I'll see it on Keegan Dunker's Facebook. I'll see it everywhere. I'll see it on Paladinos. I'll see it to the Kleins. I'll see it to, the
Right.
Babcocks. Okay, the
Howell.
Babcocks and Reagans and whatever are everywhere. Cottrell, everywhere.
Yes.
McKinney, another name that you constantly see everywhere. Um, I really don't like to look at the Smith name, so you're lucky if your last name is Smith.
Right. I get that with Williams. Sometimes I don't even see it when I'm like scrolling down things, and I'm like, oh, yeah. Williams, that's Abby's last name. But then I'm like, it's such
right. No, I see tons of Williams as well.
It's such a common last name too.
And it's such a common last name. But then when you think about Frankfurt, and she has ties to Frankfurt, Anna Williams, and like kind of like what the police said, you know, like meaning like these last names will attach. Like kind of like when I see Bowen, and I seen Bowen on the Klein side, well, it attaches to Nicole, you know.
Right.
And then
did you see that post there? Did you see that post I sent you? I'm not trying to go down that rabbit hole, but the Logan Maxwell had posted on his Facebook.
Yes, I saw what you guys put up there
about his like high school friend that was arrested in Arkansas for like a huge
that Joshua guy. I think his name,
yeah,
what was his name? Josh
Tippett.
Yeah, Josh
Tippitt.
I know. Tall.
He was from. It says he was from Arkansas, and it was in Arkansas that he was arrested.
Yeah, he lived in Muncie, Indiana.
Said he was at a complete loss of words, and that it was a high school friend of his.
Yeah,
he graduated high school with him.
I was gonna say maybe that was when he lived in Muncie, Indiana.
Right.
Because that's where he was in Indiana, and then he's got about. I guess I look everybody up on Intellius.
Right.
You know, I do. Regardless, even when people message me, I just like to check them out to see that they're being genuine, or if it's either that or else I'm basically looking at your freaking like the leads because. Okay, let me just see what Peace Not Silent said. Pedos are nut jobs. Yeah, I've been selling intent stones I make on Facebook page. I started. One guy messaged me from Indiana and asked me to make him one curve his desires for children. I was like, what the fuck? I've been selling intent stones. Oh, yeah, no kidding.
Peace. I hope you turned his name over to the police after you charged him more than you normally do, and then mailed him the stone.
Right. Jeff says I need to take a tech 2 class or something. So
initials too.
It's just what's pissing me off is that okay. Keegan talks. The police in the conversation talks, and I keep looking at it like this. Here's the one side, the side before the murders happened. What went on there? Then it's like the missing window, you know, the missing little door gateway there. And then it goes on to what he did afterwards. Okay, we know at 8 a.m. her phone was messaged. Libby's phone was messaged. And she didn't show up or whatever, right? Okay. So we know he was sitting on Country Club Road, probably near what, Trexler's place or whatever. Was that?
Well, that's where his phone logged into.
Yeah, logged into, right?
It logged into the Wi-Fi at that house. It said.
Right. Okay. So we know that phone's there for a reason. We know it has to do, or at least we think we know that it has to do with the cover up of what's really going on in Delphi. Okay. So to me, it just makes sense that this was kind of like when we look at what Garrett and Chris Mathis have said, and Michaela about about the stab wounds, about Garrett implicating Jason Palladino as one of the people, and Chris Mathis implicating Garrett Kurtz, like, because do you remember when he's like, yes, to tell the whole story. Yes. And he's doing this with his head. And he's like, you can just see he like made it clear, like the whole story. So there's something in my head. Now, my thing is that I'm myself. Oh, lip gloss it up. Okay.
My lips are dry.
I get it. I get it. Because you know what? That's the only reason why I only wear lip gloss. And it's only
so windy here today. My eyes are feel like there's sand in them.
Yeah. Yeah, there's sand in my eyes. That's why I need a drink of this Coke. Yeah. But so what's pissing me off, okay, is for me, I know that Keegan Dunker is the bridge guy. Yeah. So how do I freaking attach him to the rest of it. It's either he knew the Kleins probably through Garrett Kurtz, or he knew them already. Because when I look at all the people that are associated with Keegan Dunker himself, the Cottrells, you know, I was looking at his friends list again. So just remember, Keegan, if you're watching this, dude, I have your friends list still. It's all on video. I made sure I did that before you shut down your friends list, just so you know.
Oh, did he shut it down now?
Well, no, he shut it down before. He got some
He's
smart
got
person smarter
another
than
one.
him.
He's got like what, 3 or 4 Facebook.
Because he has the 3 accounts.
So I'm like,
yeah, but he has the 3 accounts. But you know, again, there's a lot more people that are smarter than you. And I'm so sorry if you're panicking right now, because I know you probably are twitching, you know, every night because this case is getting so big. Just like Keegan Klein is going to get what he deserves, and I'm sure Tony Klein too, and stuff like that. But regardless,
I think Tony Klein, yeah.
Yeah, like, okay, Tony Klein, piece of shit, right?
Right.
So
I think Tony Klein's gonna get arrested. I think that I think he's gonna get arrested soon.
Yeah.
I don't know what for, but I think he's gonna get arrested soon.
Yeah. Well, we need one of those Grady guys. Is that his name? That Grady guy that holds up your pictures and talks about you?
Well, don't you think? You know? I mean, you know, like you know, I think that it's not a coincidence that the transcripts from Kagan got uploaded onto that website that Murder Sheets got them from. You know, that's a court website for lawyers. And then a week or two ago, they were scanning all of Tony's old, was it arrest records or court documents from other cases into their system, which to me sounds like they are preparing a case for a grand jury, which would not be like a public thing until after it's done, because you know a grand jury is used to see if whether or not they should arrest the person, and if a grand jury says that they should convict, that they could, then they, you know, and especially if they have circumstantial evidence, that would make sense to me as to why all of that's happening with Tony Klein now, and that, you know, a grand jury is probably in the process of deciding whether or not they should prosecute him for something.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, I think, as like I said, I just feel like it's just everything's just getting ready for the pounce, you know.
Right.
And yeah, and I know that there's so many people. I'm not even going to get into the whole. I think TK is the BG or KK. You know, okay, it's just going to come to fruition. It's not true, but whatever. Each to their own on this one. I've literally showed pictures where their chins couldn't even possibly be the BG if it wanted to. You'd have to like half it in size, but that's okay. This is, you know, that's kind of what I call doing your homework, right? Meaning there's not too many people that take it as far as I did, but I didn't think it was taking it too far. It was just for my own personal knowledge. So I was doing that for me. I wasn't doing that for anybody else. I just decided that I was going to take pictures, that I was going to, you know, scan every freaking thing I could. You know what I mean? And if I came up with nothing, I came up with nothing. It was that simple. It was just my way. But just most people don't put that time and effort and like thousands of hours into stuff like that. Again, it was a personal choice.
And it's because you care.
Yeah, you know what?
I mean, whether someone agrees or disagrees with your conclusion, I don't think anyone can argue that you care.
Right.
You know, and for the right reasons. Most
people know that, you know, for the fact that I'm not monetized, and it's not like I'm sitting there going, oh, here's my PayPal splashing across the bottom. And I'm not going to take away from other channels. I mean, obviously pieces of shit like Greeno and whatever. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to take away from other channels. But the thing is that, it's only because I care, right? Like, I'm sure that most people can tell the difference between people that are just using their platform to use it as a tool to enriching their subscribers or money, and each to their own on that. It's not my way, but it's my way doesn't mean it's the wrong way either. It's just how we morally view things. And
I'm never gonna diss someone for making a living doing something, you know. If someone decides to make a living on YouTube, that's their business. I'm nothing against them.
I was going to say, you know, just for me personally, morally, I have to, for me, okay, I have to respect somebody morally when I'm watching them. If I don't watch them. I just don't watch them. Simple as that. you know, because I have those certain standards that I meet for myself of what I deem as people that are caring in this community and others that are doing it for other reasons that comes across. But that's my choice to do that. It's nobody else's choice, but it's my choice. Just like it's this channel's here, it's like my choice to discuss or not discuss other BGs type of idea. Like I said, I'm not here to fulfill other people's agendas. I'm just here to talk about, what I've come across. Anyone that, like I said, like you guys that have followed me, like sometimes I feel bad already because it's kind of like just because I say something doesn't mean that you guys, of course, have to agree with it. Obviously,
No, I don't. You've always been
you know.
open to saying
Well,
that, whatever,
again, just because I'm saying
even
it
just with
doesn't make it true.
the KT thing or KT thing, I was trying to connect your guy to
Oh yeah.
and I was wrong. That wasn't him in the back seat.
Oh right.
Someone messaged you on YouTube
Yeah.
and they pointed out who that person was, and it was someone named, I think, Dak.
So
And
right.
I was wrong. It was not TK or KT.
Okay, yeah. So I'm glad you brought that up because if people were watching me last time, they know that we were wondering who was in the back seat of that truck. And let me just see if we even have the picture handy and available. Come on, come on. Do. Of course, I don't have it right in front of me. Do I feel like looking for it? Let me see. It's probably in here.
I'm sure Deb could send it in the chat if you.
Yeah, I just have. I mean, I can easily go to his Facebook if I wanted to. Okay, I'll just go to his Facebook. To be honest, make my life simpler on this one.
Was that from Garrett's?
Garrett Kurtz. Yeah. Oops, I don't want to do that. I want to go. Okay, Garrett Kenneth Kurtz. All right.
Mike Echo said, "Have you guys heard of the YouTuber As Above, So Below?"
Yes,
I have not.
He was this person named Jason that would come. I just remember he was this person named Jason something that would come into my lives. He changed his name. I remember because he was he kind of pissed me off just a little bit because it's like he wasn't really saying much about the cryptic note, and what he was saying, like meaning he was talking about the cryptic note, but it was like he was making it sound like he had these novel ideas about it instead of just kind of giving credit where credit was due. In a sense, like don't act like you could tell that was Ashley Garth's handwriting, considering I've said it for over a year now, but so it's just when you do stuff like that, but anyways, so that's, I believe him, that Jason guy, that I honestly, I don't really know who he was. It's just some guy that was in here, I believe underneath the name Jason, and he's just been making some, little videos or whatever. I mean, the guy looks like he has passion, care about the case and shit like that. Not going to take that away.
Know. I'm just not familiar. But again, I'm not familiar with some of the. I mean, some people tell me about these YouTubers, and I've never heard of them. Like, I just learned about that Zav girl, just
Zav, yeah,
a day or two ago, and I was like, and she seems awesome. I watched like 2 of her videos, but
honestly, I knew Zav from I didn't know her. I just knew of her channel. So when I first learned about Delphi, the very first time I seen it in my
she seemed like one of the early ones, right?
She was definitely one of the early ones. So it was her, Gray, and whatever. Now I like Zav Girl, but then I moved on to the Suzanne Morphew case. So meaning I know who that channel is, and she's a really nice person. From everything that I have seen, I just don't watch her. I've watched her. I actually forgot about her until somebody brought her up again. Oh, there's CD. Hey, CD.
Hey, CD.
How are you?
Yeah, so my world is opening up to different content creators. Like, I think, I think with the algorithm, like, the stuff I see like on my list is like, I'm like, oh, what's that?
That's what happens is that it opens up and then all of a sudden I'll click on something and then
it's pretty closed. It's still pretty closed down. It's still isolated.
There's a ton of channels out there. I have no clue, who they are. I don't venture out enough to care to look at too many other channels. There's a few that I know and I'm good with that. And it's only because I would rather spend my time, if I go out to the other channels, no offense to the other channels, but if I go out to the other channels, it's not my path, right?
Yeah.
But if
No,
but
I think part of it why some of them opened up is because I was looking into the Naomi
yeah,
Orient Iron what case and I think a couple of new channels popped up onto my thing
yeah.
because they were covering that.
Well, I will listen to the odd channel here and there, just in case it adds some more thought process to, because we usually share everything in chat and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and we can bounce things off each other. And so sometimes that can happen with other channels. Like sometimes if I'm going out of my way to look for something specifically to learn about, I might go to another channel to see what thoughts like that person has. I don't really look at the chat too much when I go in there, but sometimes it's hard not to notice. But I try not to look at the chat because the chat is typically just filled with just a bunch of nothingness to me,
Okay. See,
stabs in
and
the
I
dark.
just watched it. Usually, when I watch other, like, I usually watch them not live, so they're usually like, even if it's a live, it's usually after the fact.
Yeah.
So, so the live doesn't pop up. The chat at least doesn't pop up.
Stay on your course.
Sexy.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what it is. I would rather spend my time searching through my stuff to figure out the answers than, and I hate to say this, but so when I want to have downtime and I want to watch the other creator, okay, so maybe I'll go spend usually no more than 5 to 15 minutes, because
Right.
then I maybe start thinking about something, because my brain works that way. Because then I'll start thinking about something and I'll be like, oh, let me go check this out. And then that leads to that, leads to that, leads to that. So like I have about 35 tabs open on my iPad right now, all from the Intellius, with everybody's names, all these names. Okay, who's this person? Let me go check out who's in their family line. Okay, who's that person? Oh, that person's from Frankfurt. Oh, this person's from Peru. Oh, let me go see where they live in conjunction with,
Right.
So it's kind of like all these tabs open up all the time.
Oh, I know.
So anyway, so this
Like
is
my homepage should be been verified.
Hey,
I
what'd you
said
say?
my homepage should be been verified.
Been verified, yeah.
Which is kind of like Intellius, but
It's the same idea. Yeah. Okay, so this is a picture we were talking about. NCD, if you do have time to come on, feel free. You can, all you like. Just tell me and I'll drop you a link. But I had to put it to subscribers only because the trolls were coming out. But anyway, so the question was who was in the back seat of this truck? I had many times I looked at this picture going, who's that guy? And I just associated it with the tall, lanky guy sticking up his finger from the work release thing. It just looked like the two were each other. And so then somebody, and this is stupid me on this one, okay, because I should have known this. So Keegan Dunker, and he had him enlisted as his brother, but I don't know that it's his true brother. I think he might have just listed him as that because I noticed he took it down now. Anyways, this is Dak Keller. So DAK Keller. Okay.
yeah.
So that's who's in the back of this truck is Dak Keller. And if anyone really wanted to zoom in, because Dak has like a star here, and I'm not associating Dak with the BG and well, obviously, yeah. But I just mean I'm not associating with being the
we had
BG.
asked the question like a couple nights ago because I thought it was someone else.
Right.
And I was wrong.
Yeah. So.
But they do look like brothers.
Yeah, you can do that, Mike. Yeah, you can do that, Mike. Let me just drop you the link here. Paste. Chat. Okay, there you go. So yeah, so that's who it is. So it's Dak Keller, a friend, a relation, whatever. I just know that he had him as his brother. And that's why I was like, I couldn't find him in the brother line though.
Right.
Yeah. So that's for that. Now I want to play a couple of things.
Yeah. I'll turn my cam off for 1 minute, but I'm listening.
Yeah. And I'll turn mine off in a second here. That way I can have my nice cold burger. And but anyway, so let me stop sharing for a minute. And okay, so let me just get my cat and Tellius. Okay, just take this one down. Okay, crowning. Okay, that's the cold truth. Okay. I'm just trying to. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to remember where my. Oh, okay. So this one's the part 2 over here. Okay. Okay. Um. Share screen. This one. It's not. This one's won't be too long, but you guys can just listen to it for a few moments. Um. I know. No ding dong droppers. I know. I'm scared that CD's one day he's gonna be like, Sonny, I told you, I warned you. And it's really gonna be him. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay. Right here, share.
Maybe someday we'll see Figs Newton. Sorry.
Yeah. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna turn my camera off for a sec. And I'm just gonna hit play.
Okay.
He's still currently representing me. I'm still trying to figure out how to dismiss him and get a new attorney.
Proceed. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what you're even held in. I'm shocked you're even there. I was trying to contact you before you were in jail. So I don't know. But I'm not even talking about your case. It has nothing to do with you. My questions. It has nothing
to do with Garrett being a serial killer and killing people in Delphi and a doctor and a girl.
Well, I mean, he's a serial killer. And this has nothing to do with Nicole's case at all. So if that, it's not. I don't need anything on that. But yeah, on other things, for sure. There's a lot of names, though. A lot of fucking names.
Yeah, there definitely is a lot. There's a lot of things that people don't know either.
I know. I need to regroup. I've had probably between you and I, probably about 6 hours of communication with him. And I'm done. Because I know I found out so much stuff since then. He's lied so much. So I'm ready to write, sit down and write for a few hours. But
I hear you there.
But you are someone I'm very, very interested in talking to because of how he referred to you in our what did he say? I said,
if you're concerned about how he's referred to me, you should see the letters he writes me about trying to clear my innocence after trying to frame me.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't try to.
I have copies of them.
He didn't try to frame you with me at all. He didn't even talk badly about you. He just said I'm a dirty white boy and he's what did he say? I think just the gangs or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And he's so we just kind of are under the same flag. He never said anything negative. I promise you that. So.
No.
Did he kill the
I have nothing that I won't say sitting down in person. No, I won't talk over these home wave accounts. Okay. These are recorded and monitored by an outside source outside of our jail.
Okay, so let me just take that one back away. Okay, so that one, I just wanted you to really listen to the part where it says, oh yeah, about the Delphi murders and the doctor and the girl. And just how so nonchalantly he just says it like that. Oh yeah, you want to talk about the Delphi murders, right? And so I hadn't really overly listened to that one many times like I have other videos.
Right.
And then I just remember listening to it going, because it's kind of no different when Chris is kind of talking about Garrett in the other one. But in this one, it was just like, oh yeah, you want to talk about the Delphi murders. Now, when he said doctor, at first I was like, doctor? I think he meant to say nurse, meaning Ray Hanish.
Right.
And then the girl meaning Nicole. But it was just the way he's so nonchalantly just, oh, so you're wanting to talk about the Delphi murders. It's because he knows. It's because he knows. He knows exactly, right?
How long, because I just recently listened to the Open Secrets episodes with Chris Mathis. And how long is he in jail?
Who, Chris Mathis?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in jail right now, awaiting his, he just literally had, his one little hearing. So now he has to, oh shit, when did it get moved to? The 4th, January, February, March, April. I'd have to pull him up again. I was just looking at him the other day. So
he hasn't been sentenced yet?
No, he needs to get sentenced still again because he's an idiot.
And what were his charges?
His charges last time were like dealing like with meth.
Okay, so he's
Meth
not been
charges.
charged with anything about Nicole's murder.
He already was.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
He's already served that time, and he did halftime.
Okay, that's right.
Maybe he did like a year and something, I believe, wasn't it? That he did for that. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Carol said no. He meant the doctor/dentist that was at the boys' home.
Say that again.
Carol said no. He meant the doctor/dentist that was at the boys' home.
Which I don't know what you're talking about, Carol.
I think Chris Mathis when he said doctor.
Yeah, but
I took that as he was talking about Ray as well.
That was at the boys' home. I don't know what she's referring to with that though. Was that the boys' home? Is there another case that I'm not knowing about? Right, spill the beans, Carol. Because I was trying to go like doctor. Okay, there was a dentist that had a lot of involvement. Oh, come on, Carol. Talk. Because I don't know anything about this part. Yeah, type away, please. Carol, you want to come on? You want to talk? She was. I'm just going to try for 1 sec. More than a sec. I'm just going to subtly eat behind the camera being off.
All right. I'll turn mine on then. P said, "Hey CD, how's it going? The case we talked about, he's on a low-key watch list and supposed to have a UC show at my daughter's party tomorrow as a way and so they can get what they need." Well, I'm not sure what that means, but awesome.
I want to know what Carol knows.
Is Carol in the UK? Where's Carol?
I'm not sure, actually.
I don't know why I thought that.
Hey, Mike.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. Nice to talk to you guys finally.
Yeah. So what's up?
Alrighty.
Anything particular you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, that guy that I told you about.
Which guy? Remind me. I'm having a stupid moment. Are you there?
Yeah, I just heard myself talk.
Oh,
with like a delay.
Oh, do you have 2 tabs open? I'm not hearing the double echo, but if you are,
we don't hear an echo.
Either you need to put in headphones, or you have 2 tabs open.
Okay, I closed YouTube. It's not. I think it's gone now.
Well, you can open it. You just have to have it on mute.
Just pause it or mute it.
All right, guys. I'm a rookie to this, so just bear with me. All right.
That's fine.
I always pause the chat so that way I pause the video so that I can have the chat open when I'm on.
All right. So, like I was saying already, that guy as above, so below. I found him recently, and the stuff that he's coming out with, I've never heard of in this case, and this case is new to me. I've only been following this case for probably a couple months now. So this guy, all this stuff he's saying, it's nothing that you guys talk about. It's nothing that I'm trying to think of the other people, like Monsters Under the Bed. God, I'm trying to think of all the names. Hold on.
It's okay. Take your time.
Kristen behind the crime door. Like, these are the people that I watch.
Oh, this is the guy that like shows when he does a video, he shows like his garage and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. He's looking down at the hood of his car.
Yeah, it's funny. The only video of his I've seen was one actually about where he was saying how people are dumb if they think that Keegan Dunker is the BG.
I don't know.
But
if Sonny could go on his channel and pull up his latest video, what he just talked about.
Okay, I can do that.
Well, he posts a lot.
Yeah, he does every day, like a couple of them a day.
Yeah, he puts out a couple a day. Like I said, his name. What did I say his name was? Shit. What did I say his name was?
Jason.
Yeah, Jason somebody or another. And it was just somebody that I seen in my chats, yeah. And I didn't really see him after I kind of gave him shit, unless he changed his name. But anyway, I mean, he just kind of would talk, and he had the cryptic note on his car, and he's talking about it and shit. And I thought, you know, like he was just a guy that was caring about the case. I just didn't like the fact that if you're going to talk about the note, don't act like you just discovered that Ashley Garth wrote it yourself and stuff like that. That's the only thing that kind of bothered me, is that again, you know, if you're going to talk about something, at least sit there and say that, yeah, like I was on Sonny's channel or whatever.
I think he's from Canada, too.
Is he from Canada?
Yeah.
Well, shit, I'm going to have to go kick him in the nuts.
Well, I always hear a boot. He always says a boot.
Oh, he must be an East Coast, though. Because you guys definitely have this thing that thinks that we say a boot. And
your husband says a boot. Your husband says boot.
Yeah.
He's from the East Coast of the other continent.
Right, but as you get further in Canada, you'll get more of the twang accent, and then it moves over across the water to the British. But yeah, we call the Newfie accent, or the East Coast accent. What's his channel again called? Above and
as above, so below.
Okay, as above, so below. Okay, one second.
I think I'm talking funny because I can't hear like the room around me. I just hear like the chat. First time I broke my chat cherry.
Well, as long as you didn't break your cherry live streaming and dick rolling us, that's a good thing.
No, and another thing, I know I've said in the past in these chats about oh God, it's hard for me to remember all these freaking names. I'm sorry.
I'd say you're from
the Northeast as well, Mike.
I'm thinking New York
No, I'm from Boston.
Well, see, close. Okay, that's for Canada. That's a good shot.
You don't want to mistake those Bostonians from New Yorkers.
Exactly.
Okay, but you know what?
CD and him will go to blows.
This is Canadian ignorance, because I am my husband calls me ethnically blind, and I'm just like true. To be honest with you. But anyways, when I hear an accent, I think of like the Bronx or whatever. I just go by TV shows. Yeah. So to me, I give myself credit that I was even in the area.
Right. Yeah, CD's from New York. Mike is from Boston.
Yeah. Okay. Boston. All right.
And it's kind of late, so I think my voice is a little hoarse right now.
Oh no. I think
he's been drinking those Sam Adams all day.
Adam's like, oh.
What did you say? I was drinking what?
I said he's been drinking those Sam Adams all day.
No, I have MS, dude. I don't drink.
I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
I already walk like I'm fucking drunk, anyways.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Multiple sclerosis.
I can't drink.
Yeah. Okay, so give me a sec then. Mute your mics, and I'll play the video. Right. Yeah, do you even have to mute your mic? To be honest, I always forget.
I'll do it.
You don't have to, but yeah. I will.
Yeah. Okay, so stop cam, share, Chrome tab. I think this is it. Okay.
Comment time. Somebody said, and I've heard this a couple times now, and it's all about the double exposure, right? Well, that's not Liberty. That's a dead body because she works in a morgue. Okay, well, that's the second picture she took that day, not the first picture she took that day. So why is the the double exposure, not in the first picture, but it's in the second picture where it looks like, you know, trigger warning, there's silhouettes of bodies in the sandbar. There's massive pools of what look to be blood, right? There is heavy impressions in the mud that you could relate to being, you could say, you know what, if somebody was to kneel down right there, that's what that could, and if you look where all of the blood is, like that, the massive amounts, it's massive. It's not a small scene. It's a very big scene. And then take into consideration, Liberty is more to the left of that. She's not even near where it looks like she was attacked. She looks like she's leaning up against a log, and she could be tied up against a log or handcuffed. From what it looks to me, she looks to have her one left arm down by her side. But from what I see, I don't believe that there is a photograph of a double exposure from somebody that's in a morgue. I could almost say that from seeing that photograph that I've seen, I can almost guarantee you she would have had mud in her stomach. That's how much mud she's covered in. She would have definitely had mud in her stomach, in her ears, in her eyes, up her nose. Like there would have been massive amounts of mud in her wounds. So if they were to say, you know what, there's another thing right there where when they did the autopsy, right, they would have said, yep, look at all this mud that's in her system. We have mud that's in all of her wounds here. Well, if you look at that mud, the mud, and then you look at the cemetery area where the girls were found, well, it was wet and muddy in one spot, and in another spot, it was a flat ground, dry. From what I can understand, was it muddy and wet all over there? I don't know. I would presume not, considering we've seen on the helicopter footage how dry that natural area is leading up, right? And that's on an embankment somewhat, but there's a divot where the girls were found. So from what I'm being led to believe, maybe I'm not saying that right, but from what I believe, okay, the girls were found in a dry area. But I believe during the autopsy, they would have found a soil mud that would have come back to matching the sandbar mud underneath the bridge there. Now you could say, how can you tell the difference between that mud and this mud, right? Well, considering the deteriorating, right? The bridge is falling apart. You would have had a lot of ash from the wood, and it would have had a different, more higher levels. Same with the brick, because there's the pillars there, right? Now, if I'm not mistaken, there's one set of pillars right by where they're at is painted, the bricks are more painted black. Now, I could be mistaken on that, but it could be some form of mold maybe, right? So I think that there is a way to separate the two forms of, well, this mud, you take a sample from one side, then you take a sample from another side, right? And then you do that and repeat the process like 20, 40 times to make sure you're getting an accurate level. And then you would process whatever the materials were left over from the autopsy from Liberty. And you could basically place, well, this mud came from this area most likely. You see what I mean? So that there would in turn also place Cheryl and Cheyenne taking this photograph while the mud was basically placed on Liberty, or there was an attack, you see? So that's all I got.
This guy definitely knows a lot.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Did they show pictures at the start that I missed?
No.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. In the chat, people were talking about the pictures from the bridge, I guess.
No, Sonny. On go to his page, and I want you to click on community and scroll down. Scroll down. He has some pictures that he said Cheyenne or Cheryl took the day after or the day before.
Okay.
It's under the bridge. Note the black drum and track marks, almost like the girls were drug away from there and brought to where the bodies were found, meaning they were killed under the bridge. That's what as above, so below is trying to say, I believe.
Okay. So
and then if you keep scrolling down to the Cheryl and Cheyenne took a picture for this reason. Put that picture on the screen. It took me the Cheryl and Cheyenne took this picture for this reason. That's what he was just talking about.
Okay.
Now, I saved these pictures and I tweaked them with my own computer, and I seen what he's talking about, and like I can't unsee it now.
Well, that's the thing. Okay. Is that right? Is that it's hard to unsee something. Okay, so let me see here. Okay, so most people are going to be like, what is this?
That's what, for 2 days, I was looking at it. I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at?
Yeah. So what the hell am I looking at?
Like right now, I can see 2 people laying there.
Is this where you think the bodies are down there?
People laying there?
Yeah.
I've heard about this rumor. I haven't seen it, but I don't see it. But I've heard people say they see bodies.
Sonny, take your cursor and go to the very center of the picture, all the way to the top of it. Directly to the right, you can see a face. You can see an eye and an open mouth.
Oh, yeah.
And then down to the right a little bit, you could see a set of eyes. Now, it's not a crystal clear picture, but
yeah,
I think it was at one point, because they said this picture was on Reddit. I was on Reddit a little while ago. I was trying to find them. I couldn't find any of them.
Right.
But
go ahead.
There's 2 pictures in this set that he posted. I don't know which one is which.
There's 2 pictures that he posted?
No, in that same set of pictures, there was one more picture. If you click,
there was one called "Look for the Man in the Blue Pants and Hoodie."
No, the one you were just on. There was an arrow to go to the next picture.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So, I mean, it's fucked up.
Yeah,
so he's saying that they were like covered in mud and whatever. I don't see blood. I don't.
I'm just not gonna buy this one myself right now, because I've listened to what Toby says, and I listened to what Anna's mom said. I mean, this reminds me of people. This, like, just at first glance, this absolutely reminds me of people making something and faces out of stuff. Myself. All I ever do with this stuff, Mike, is I go bring it to my program. I put it in all different lighting, in a sense, and see kind of if there's any, like truth to it.
You're good at it. You should do that, and then come back tomorrow and show everybody what you came up with.
Well, the one thing that sticks through my head is, there's the one thing that goes through my head whenever I hear about drag marks is that one of the closer family members, that's not family but close family member, talks about that there was drag marks, right? Yeah, it's just, for me personally, I've just seen so many pictures that people send me that I just kind of go, yeah, okay, here we go again.
Right. Because I mean, it's
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I don't want to be disrespectful. I think that I think CD said in the chat that the Ellie said that the girls were killed where they were found, and I don't see what purpose law enforcement would have for lying about that. So I don't buy into that personally. Plus, if I remember correctly, was the crime scene all the way to the riverbank or the water bank?
No.
So
it was
if there
further
was
away.
any evidence of them being, ever at any point their bodies being on the bank of the water, I can't imagine why Ellie would not not keep that scene intact, and
It's
why they would
because-
lie about it. But
It's because they don't have to tell us, the people, anything until
they don't. But they would
make
still
an
have
arrest.
They would still have it blocked off, and if
Oh, yeah.
so I mean,
My
I
thing is
don't
this.
buy that. But
And Mike, this isn't nothing towards you. This is just in regular thinking. My thing is this. Do I honestly care? Honestly, if the girls were found there or 50 feet away where it said to, is that going to solve who the bridge guy is? No. That's where my thought process always goes. Is this going to help me determine what happened that day and who the BG is? Not really.
Right.
That's
exactly.
So for me personally, Mike, that's kind of like what I call the side crap, that whether it's true or whether it's not, it doesn't benefit me to even care too much about it, because the whole point is that for me, it was that KD is the BG. Okay, so now why and who is connected to this? And then now we have the Kleins coming out. So now we're looking at, so my thing is this, why were the girls killed? For me, it doesn't matter if they were killed on the side of the water, on top of the water, type of thing. Because that has no bearing on is that going to solve the case? No, it's not. Is right. So that's how I look at everything. And so again, it's just that regardless if that looks like a body or not, it's like, where do I put my time and energy to? My own personal time and energy truly goes to the connections of, okay, I know that KD is the bridge guy. So, okay, now we know that Keegan Klein's account had talked to Liberty on the morning of. We know that there's pedo involved with the pedo ring stuff. We know that they were luring girls. Okay, so that right there is giving us information about, okay, so who's tied into this? That's always been my path personally. Not and kind of like, it's kind of like the jacket and stuff. I don't really care where that jacket came from, because no one can literally make out where that jacket came from. This case would have been solved a long time ago, 5 years ago, if somebody knew where that probably jacket came from, because they would have attached it at some point. But it's just that it has no bearing. The only thing to me that had bearing on this case was, okay, for me, right? Not for anybody else, but for me, is about the markings. Could I come across markings? Oh, then I realized I could. Okay, let me do this. Okay, I know it's Keegan Dunker now. Okay, now where do I take that? I came across Open Secrets, right? Then there are people talking about Delphi. Oh, really? They're talking about Delphi? Perfect. It's coming right out of their own mouths, And so that's my journey that I've personally been on, even though it doesn't mean it's, say, your personal journey. You might want to know the answer to that question about, the slide, because a friend of the family said, yeah, like there was drag marks or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if she actually had seen it herself, or if it was just something she heard and projected it into her own, thoughts and story that she was following. I don't know.
Yeah. See, I get and I respect your opinion is your opinion, and what you feel and what you're passionate about. That's fine. I agree with you, and at some points I don't agree with you. I disagree.
Exactly. Yep.
Have you guys watched the Murder Sheet the past couple days?
Yes,
about
of course.
How they interviewed Keegan's stepbrother or half brother, and then that girl that was harassed by Keegan, like trying to groom her or whatever.
Yeah.
And they both confirmed that the sound, the BG voice, sounded like Kegan. Now, what I'm saying is, I think what you see, BG, is not the same voice you're hearing because the cops obviously took the footage, took the audio, and chopped it all up like guys down the hill. It's not from the same sentence. You know what I mean? It's like they're only giving what they want to give, what they want to show to the public. We are nobody. We're not cops.
True.
You know what I feel about that voice thing? To be honest, Mike, and it's not towards you, but just because we're talking about it, that whole voice thing is a bunch of useless waste of time. Because you know why? Because you must have listened to everyone underneath the sun. Like the girl, the one that we heard on Greeno, that was the same one that was talking in the Kayla's story. Okay, that's the same one that spoke on Greeno about Keegan Klein. God, I swear it sounded like deja vu. I swear to God, that almost sounded like the same damn interview. Either way, same girl. And so she goes, yeah, the voice sounds like him, the brother. Yeah, it sounds like Keegan. Okay. But the thing is that for the voice thing, Mike, everyone and their dog has said that Ron Logan, that Doug Carter, that everyone says that voice, that's why it's the most useless piece of evidence to me, because it just means nothing until they literally have that person arrested. Then they can maybe do a better comparison. But if they knew who that voice was, the guy would have been arrested. People are just, everyone hears what they want to hear to that voice.
The only person everyone says that they don't hear is Tony Klein. But can I say my opinion?
Because his voice is high pitched.
I think that yeah, I agree with Mike when he says that I think that the audio is from the person on the bridge. I don't think that I do think that it is, we're not hearing everything. I do think that there's something in between guys and down the hill.
Yeah.
I personally think that what they've cut out from that is one of the girls talking. And I think that's to protect the same reason they put the bar in the side where they blacked out the jacket.
Exactly.
I think it's so that we don't see or hear
because
one of the
Abby
girls.
was standing there.
Because it's disrespectful to the victims to see that. And so I think all that we're
or to hear their voice
cut out from that is something in the middle of guys and down the hill, which I think they are obvious about when they put the dots there. But I don't think that audio was for the public necessarily as it was for the person that knows who it is.
Exactly. Well said. Okay. One last video I think Sonny should watch right now is image analysis and detection. These people, their forensics, I forget what their title is. Now, I've been telling you this, but I know once you go down this rabbit hole, your Keegan Dunker thing is over once you see this.
No, if this is the Ron Logan thing, I've watched this. This is the one about Ron Logan?
It was uploaded 7 hours ago. I think you should just watch it.
I'll watch it.
Again,
my Keegan Dunker thing is not over at all. I'll tell you that much.
I'm just showing you this just to have an opinion.
I'll battle you to your black and blue on this one.
Sunny's got her KD for life tattoo right there.
Yeah. KD will never be an over thing because KD is the exact thing. But anyways, what channel is this on?
What I just said. It's called Image Analysis and Detection.
Okay.
In their latest video.
A YouTube channel?
Yes.
These are the same people that did Ron Logan, I'm sure. Let me see though. Image detection and analysis.
Image analysis and detection.
Oh, okay. And okay, here, image analysis and detection.
All right, their latest video. It was uploaded 7 hours ago.
Oh my God, it's Ron Logan. They're literally showing Ron Logan. You want me to watch this, really?
I think this can open a lot of people's eyes.
No, hold on. Is this about Ron Logan? Is it? Be honest with me. Is this about Ron Logan?
Yeah, BG. They
He's not.
they do image analysis on BG.
Oh my God, this is so old though, Mike. This was years ago. They did an image analysis. This is the same one where they're using their computer and going. Why would you think it's Ron Logan?
Why did they upload it 7 hours ago then?
Because it's from before.
But they've been uploading like religiously, like every couple days.
Are they the original? They're not the original people that posted, are they? Are they just reposting old content of other people?
Oh my God, this is the same one. Okay. I'm going to refuse this one, Mike. I am. I'm going to refuse this one based on the fact that this is just bullshit. Okay? Not because of you, but honestly, they literally have shown that this BG is like 20 to 30 years old. Who in their right mind would think that this was Ron Logan? Okay? They did an image analysis, which was bullshit. It was literally bullshit. Even I could tell that. They literally took it. I get it. This person was probably made to look like Ron Logan, Mike, but it's not Ron Logan. And I don't understand why you would even want to go down that path, to be honest, but it's your call.
They actually showed Ron Logan in an interview, and he had the same hat and the freaking jacket on.
I know.
So
well,
you think
the same jacket.
Keegan Dunker is wearing Ron Logan's clothes?
Okay.
I know you've said that in the past.
Okay, but hold on a second. Just give me 2 seconds here. I think that Ron Logan was, if anything, was framed. That's what I think. This is not Ron Logan. They have literally said, do not use the first picture. This is about the second picture in 2019. And you heard me say this multiple times. Why do people ignore that? I want to understand why people just ignore that. They basically went back and said, well, you know what? It could be a combination of the two. But they were really just, because, it really is a combination of the two. I've showed that picture too. But I don't get people's thoughts that's like saying, well, the crime scene didn't exist at the time. Let's just twist the story to Ron Logan and let's just change what the Ellie is saying and let's just do this. And it's like someone creating their entire own storyline based off something that doesn't make sense.
Do you want to hear what I think?
Okay, go ahead.
I think that Ron Logan had a part in this as the bridge guy. That's the only part. He didn't kill the girls. I think he was like, I hate to say it, but he was like the cattle wrangler. He got the girls to where they were attacked. And they were, I don't know, were they raped? They're not saying. Like,
well, they did, yeah.
I don't know, but if you watch this video, it's like, holy shit.
I've seen it.
The way he walks, like, there's a video of him wearing the same freaking jacket, walking down the hill, basically, in the area where the girls were found. And he has the same hat with the dent in it. It's like, you can't unsee that. Like, once you see it, you're like, holy shit, that was him.
I was down your path when I first came on that case, when I first came to this case about the whole Ron Logan thing. And honestly, like, it didn't take too well. That's the thing, right, Mike? Is that at first I didn't know. I'd only seen something about the case a little bit. I seen this exact video. I could tell just because as I hit it, it's the exact same video just because it was uploaded 7 hours ago. This is not new news. This is really old news, actually. So it was the same thing. And I was like saying the same thing, like, well, shit. This guy's hat on the bridge and and this is when they're thinking it's this older guy, but yet it had changed because obviously in 2019, and I'm like, I'm thinking the same way. I'm just like, there's no way that this is a young person. There's just no way that this is a young person. Okay. And so then once me and Gonzo were talking, when I talked to Gonzo, and then he told me about Garrett Kurtz, right? Then I was like, okay, well, let me just spend the next week finishing off what I was doing with these other people. And then I'll go and then look. And then again, something just happened to show me, which brought me back to Garrett Kurtz to look at Keegan Dunker because he just caught my eye. And like I said, and then I could find markings. Yeah. And then I spent the next 6-7 months proving it. And this is not an older guy at all. And that whole video is when I look at it, Yeah. Okay. The hat, I can guarantee you. I shouldn't say I can guarantee you. I can definitely say that the hat, to me, is like Ron Logan's hat. Does it mean it's Ron Logan on the bridge? No. Remember, his house was broken into a few months before. Who knows? Maybe he did play a part in this whole thing. Maybe he didn't. Is he the BG? Absolutely not. If that's your path you want to think, of course, that's fine. Fine and dandy. If you want to watch the imaging thing, I get it. Again, that's no different when those people overlay a picture. Like, I can overlay a picture and make it look like it's the BG, like people keep doing. That's the same thing. The jacket looks similar. The hat definitely looks like freaking Ron Logan's hat. But is that Ron Logan? So when I show you this picture here, and I don't know what people are saying in chat, and I'm sorry, just because no, because the whole Ron Logan thing just no, not even close. So when I show you the BG, even if this Ron Logan's face isn't in here, who's an old guy, he would have been like 78 years old. Okay, so if you even look at the middle pictures, though, Mike, of the BG, does that look at all like Ron Logan to you? At all? Does any of these images here look like Ron Logan? Because this is the BG's pictures, right? Like this here is the imagery of the BG. So does that look like Ron Logan to you? In all honesty.
Right there, no, it doesn't.
Okay, but my point is this, is that at what point has the BG ever really looked like Ron Logan besides when they did that image and analysis? Because that was something that, I get it. It's like you instantly thinking, like I did too. I went down that little rabbit hole already. And I was like, oh my God, yeah, right? Totally looks like him, his hat and everything. But then again, then I was led in what I consider the right direction, or at least the proper direction. And then when I realized that it was the younger person's sketch that they were talking about, that whatever, then I was just like, like I said, I already knew. I had the stories from the start and going backwards, but that's my opinion. And you can follow Ron Logan's, but I'm not going to play that video because it just, to me, like if somebody else has a channel and wants to play it, because that's
going to piss you off because you're set in
because
Keegan-Dunker.
It's not about being set in Keegan-Dunker though. Because, meaning people can sit there and say whatever they want, right? Just like you can.
Right.
I've already been down the path of Ron Logan. I've already been down that path. Why should I go revisit something? Why should I go revisit anything if I've already proven to myself who it is? Like, people are going to come kiss my ass a little bit. I know, when this is all said and done. And that's not even ego. That's just truth. I didn't spend all that time out of my own life for no reason because I'm stupid. I'm not stupid at all.
I'm not saying you're stupid.
You're not saying I'm
stupid.
Not stupid. But the thing is that people need to start shutting the hell up, start looking for themselves, do what I do, do what I have done. Not you, Mike. I'm just talking in general. Do what I have done, and then come back to me, and then say, Sonny, you are wrong. But I have literally sat here inspecting every damn ass picture of Keegan-Dunker's. And trust me, if I couldn't find the moles that I did on his face, or his, it's not even just the moles. I could sit here verbatim. Yeah. And I've showed you guys, his chin is the same. Like, when you look at this picture, any of these people in front of you, just without even trying, you can see who has the small chin here in the picture. Am I really that far off?
No, you're not. But do you think KD killed the girls?
I don't know that. That part I don't know. I always thought he was the gopher, the lure, the person that did the person that pushed them into the trap. That's what I thought. That's what I've always thought. I don't know if he actually partook in it. He's been the quietest out of the bunch of all of them, So, like I said, I mean, Mike, you've been following me. If you just take common sense, right, and you figure, okay, and we've said this before, if you take common sense that says These girls were found on Ron Logan's land. We already have the knowledge that Garrett Kurtz killed 2 other people after the fact. Okay. Regardless of if he killed or had partake in the murders, we know that common sense says that he worked on Ron Logan's land and he has killed 2 other people. We know from open secrets what they've been talking about. That is the best dang evidence pretty much anyone can bring to the table, is what Garrett Kurtz and Chris Mathis are talking about. No other channel can sit there and bring anything else to the table that's more significant to me than that. Besides the actual mouth out of the people that were there talking about it that day, people try to keep making Daniel Pearson, Pat Brown, and they have no substance behind words. All they have is, well, this person lied about this, and he lost his keys, and he did this. And yet we have people that are literally talking from their own mouths who are talking about Delphi. This is what I don't understand. So if we have that and we have Chris Mathis implicating, right, Garrett Kurtz, and we have Garrett Kurtz talking about Ashley and the Cottrells and the Edwards and a murder tape. And we know really behind this will all come out in the wash, that this will be true, that there is some sort of snuff video out there, that there was some video taken. You can clearly kind of almost see that mechanical thing on his head, to be honest with you. And he didn't lose his keys, correct. So I'm saying, Mike, there's nothing else to me. This isn't being blinded and tunnel vision. This is, to me, using common sense, the things that are out there that have been said, and I didn't create them to fit the storyline for Keegan Dunker. The Keegan Dunker is simply a different portion of than the story itself. Keegan Dunker is simply the person that I put a lot of time into once I realized that those markings matched him. Okay? As I have never seen anyone go as in-depth as I have with the work that I put into him, because you know why? Because everyone thinks I'm blowing smoke out of my ass. Besides,
I've been watching from the shadows for months.
Yeah.
I've been watching you about this, and you're so passionate about what you think and what you know, and the work that you've done is incredible. Yeah. Now, have you taken any of this to the Americans, FBI, or any LE?
I specifically said mine to a specific person that works within the system that gave me a personalized FBI email address. Why? Because she told me and came back to me to let me know that my name and Keegan Dunker's name were on the FBI board beside each other, and that I was on the right track, and that my videos were being watched. Because why? Because they're trying to connect the dots, obviously. Right. So I knew about Keegan Dunker prior to ever being told anything. And it was only because of this person that gave me that knowledge. And like I said, so I don't send mine into the tip line, and it's not to brag. This is someone that came to me. Who's Kayla, the one and the only 88? He had an alibi. Who has an alibi? I don't know what she's talking about, but whoever had an alibi. Everyone has a stinking alibi. Keaton Klein has an alibi for looking at porn.
Ron, she's saying Ron did. He's on video at the pizza place.
Oh, right. Ron had it. Well, of course, Ron had an alibi. Yeah. I mean, Ron had an alibi. So he was not there that day. Like he was either off the land for a reason. So this isn't about, whose balls are bigger and who, type of idea. This is just literally about me being smart enough in certain areas that I'm good at. It's not even that I thought I was good at it. I just thought this was common. This was a common thing that anyone could have done themselves.
But you are good at it.
Well, I know I'm good at it, but I didn't, meaning I'm that person that I look for answers, and I will prove myself right or wrong, and it doesn't matter. I'll go to hell's end of the earth to prove myself right or wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm right, I'm right. And if I'm right, I'll dig my heels in. I won't care what anyone says, because you're not, because nobody's phasing me. I don't care if somebody calls me, a stupid dumbass. K word, C word, whatever word, B word, it doesn't matter to me, right? Because when I when I am solid about an answer, nothing's going to stop me from backing down. No words, no person, because this was never about the audience. This was never about any of that. It
know
really
that.
was
It's
only
about the
true.
girls.
It was
That's all
about
it is.
it's only about the girls.
And
So
LE right now, they're not moving forward because they want to make an arrest that whoever they arrest is going to get convicted. And believe me, I know about all this shit. I've witnessed it. You guys heard my last time I talked in chat about my nephew. Like,
yes,
they had to make an arrest and know that they're going to get a conviction. I think that's what's going on right now. And I think there's more than one person involved. Obviously, there's probably 6 or 7 people involved in this double murder.
there's going to be more than that. I mean, all in all, all in
Yeah,
all.
I mean that's going to be a lot of arrests, and you can't arrest one this day and then another one next week because that other one is going to run. They need to do it all surgically and all at the same time.
So my thing is this: regardless of the BG, okay, regardless of the BG, this is like 2 cases to me that have intertwined, if not more. But let's just say 2 again, right? So we can't dismiss what Garrett Kurtz, we can't dismiss Garrett Kurtz and the Palladino and the Ashley Gars. We can't dismiss them, or Chris Mathis. Now, not that Chris Mathis was involved in the murders, he definitely has knowledge. And you can see that every time the guy opens his mouth. But anyways, because these aren't the brightest people in the world, yeah? And of course, if they think that they're getting snitched on, and that Garrett was backstabbing him and shit, which he was, trying to throw him underneath the bus, they're going to get pissy themselves at the end of the day, right? But so we can't dismiss what the Kurtz gang and all that are talking about. Just like we can't dismiss what the LE and the transcript there going on, right? So you have 2 things going on. And to me, if I was to take a wild stab at it, I would say that Garrett Kurtz, Keegan Dunker, whoever, these people had knowledge of the Keegan Klein. Why? Because Garrett Kurtz, I mean, he's maybe he's a little sick pedo himself, right? His life was fucked up. His dad's a fucking animal abuser and all that shit. But let's just say, like I said, so that Garrett Kurtz had access to the knowledge of what Keegan Klein did, and that the access gave them access to the girls for the payback to Derek German. I could be totally wrong. It could simply be that Keegan Dunker was on the bridge that day because he might be well in the knowledge of the Klein and the crew there. I just haven't found a direct connection besides names of other people like the Cottrells, the Reagans, and whatever that fall into the same mix. Okay. So Keegan's been, I'll probably say, the smartest of the bunch for me because he never had anything going on for the last 3 years. He had 3 speeding tickets ever since I've turned him in. He's had, he was being watched, and if he probably is still being watched at this moment. Again, I don't sit there and use the person that told me as if it's like, oh, here, let me just get information. I really don't like to ask, but I never asked in the first place. And I never asked for the information about if my name was on the board. I didn't ask about that at all. That was just information that was given to me. But regardless, it's kind of like nothing had happened for about 3 years. And then, of course, they spelt his name wrong on the last one. They put 2 E's in it. So it's not even underneath his Indiana. My case is underneath, like, with 2 E's Keegan for his other pullover. So how do you go from 0 to 3 in 1 year? Obviously, definitely, he's definitely been a person of interest. But for me, I feel more than that regardless. And so at the end of the day, I'm trying to say that it's almost like somebody got a snuff film out of this. It's like the dirty, perverted people got a snuff film, and then the other ones got the revenge angle. So it's kind of was almost like a win-win for both sides, is what it feels like. So it's like two different paths meet, but yet it's like one's the pedo side, one's the druggies, the meth heads more so. Not to say that the pedos aren't druggies too, but I'm just saying that's what it feels like. And so
wouldn't want to run into them in a dark alley. A
you
pedo druggie.
Well, so now I'm just gonna show one thing, and I don't know if people don't really care about mediums or whatever. This lady was Angela Thomas. She was on Paranormal TV. For Mike, I know that you've probably seen maybe my show where I've showed her before. She talks about the Delphi case, and her path was pretty much in line with my path, but yet I didn't know she existed until somebody sent me the link. But I just want you to listen to this one particular part that I want to play, because I found it very interesting, because hindsight is always 20/20. And although I found it very interesting that her path was virtually identical to mine, just with maybe, a few different things, I thought that this was very interesting. So you guys just listen if you don't mind, please.
I remember her.
Or anything like that. They have to wait until the blood pressure goes down. So why is that important? Because I feel like that's one of the keys to one of the suspects. I feel like either one of the suspects was into like some sort of taxidermy, or some sort of, if somebody calls and says, hey, I've got a cow or a pig I want to slaughter, they could do that sort of work. This one's definitely a hunter, or it could be involved in some sort of working for, where they kill the animals for food. But I don't feel like one of the main suspect that I feel, who was the guy on the bridge, I don't feel like this was a consistent job holder. So would go from job to job, or, work a little bit here and then be out of work for a long time. But there is documentation of that particular suspect where he would have worked under some sort of I'm killing the animals kind of job, and the taxidermy. And the thing is that, there's got to be some sort of special tools that people use when they're doing taxidermy. There's got to be some sort of special tools that they use if they're processing an animal for food. And so I feel like the one that scares me more than any of them is the older one, the 45 to 55 years of age. The primary suspect, dangerous man. But I feel like he would be very leery of the 45 to 55-year-old. So anyway, going back to that, I feel like that they took them to a place where they could be sexually done. I feel like they had the girls do something sexual to them.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? I won't say it in a public forum what that would be, but you all understand what I'm suggesting. And I feel like a lot of that was that, especially the primary suspect, I feel was very much thrilled. Notice that word, thrilled. When somebody's in fear, which, these two girls were, that was some sort of sexual turn on and made it just that much more sexually intense for that particular suspect. I feel like that primary suspect was into some sort of like violent porn, or, torture porn, or, I don't know porn, as far as categories go, but you understand what I'm saying. I feel like it's not just whatever regular porn would be. It would be something more, intense and cruel.
Oh my God. And what just came to my mind?
What?
that they
What?
may have videotaped the killing.
Well, possibly, but I didn't pick that up that they videotaped the killing. But I can say to you, and it doesn't mean that they didn't. I'm just saying I didn't pick up on the videotape part. But I can say to you that I feel like that is the reason why they were moved from that, that bridge area to some.
I'll stop it there. Anyways, okay. So that's the part that I wanted you guys to hear because, again, the whole thing was going around the whole same path line I talked about. If anyone wants to watch that, again, actually, did I just close it off? No. Okay. I'm gonna put their website up there because this is where she's talking about Derek German, the whole family knowing more and different things. The whole timeline was the same about the hunter and stuff. Anyways, and then when I was listening to it again, right? And then it was talking about like porn, and not just regular porn, but like torture porn and stuff like that. That's probably where Tony Klein would come into the whole shit and deal. To be honest with you, who knows? All I know is that it is probably something that was been sold on the dark web, probably for sure. Type of idea. She said she didn't pick up anything about the whole video thing. Anyways, what do you guys think about that, Mike and Adam? Adam.
I thought it was good. No, I thought she was good.
Okay, no, I guess I'm just asking really about the whole kind of porn comment, considering what we know now. We didn't know that when we first listened to it. We heard it.
It makes a lot of sense.
Of course, they were doing some sort of fucked up shit. If Libby was found almost naked, like, what would the reason behind that be? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
I get what you're saying.
Libby was a bigger girl. She was, would they say, 200 pounds?
Yeah, she was a good 200 and something.
And they said she was found with just underwear on. That's it.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is that didn't mean like that could have been rape. What they were trying to portray was like maybe the girls were raped, not necessarily some pedo ring. Like meaning, no one's going to jump to, oh, it must be a pedo ring. Most, if anything, people's minds would have went to, oh, like
the fucked up part is
right.
We're never going to know. We can speculate all day, every day, all night. Nobody's ever going to know what actually happened unless we get confessions.
Correct.
That's it.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Yeah.
We could speculate all day and be like, yeah, they raped.
Well, that's just it. But you know what? But so for me, it's like I said, yawn to who the BG is now for me. It's been yawn for a long time for me. Like honestly. So I've just been the whole time in the last, I'd say, year almost now. I just wanted to understand if I could figure out, okay, I got the BG. Okay, done with you. Let's try to understand why the girls were killed. Like what could have happened that day? Who would have wanted those girls, or the girl in particular, meaning Libby, who would have wanted her dead?
Wasn't it like revenge against Derek German? Like he owed some money and shit, some with drugs.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It's just not to nominal people though. If he's go ahead, Adam.
I think it's important to point out also that torture porn doesn't necessarily include penetration. Torture porn can be just the sheer act of humiliation. Torture porn can just be people that get off on seeing people in vulnerable, weak situations, and there doesn't necessarily need to be intercourse. So just the fact that there's not, doesn't necessarily, have to include the fact that they were raped, which would explain why there's no DNA. Because I think that skin cells, sperm, I think that everything points to that they weren't raped because of the timeline and because of DNA.
And on top of that, add to the fact that they're saying the whole crime scene was staged, so they could of stripped Libby's clothes to make you think that they did something to her. But
Right.
like you said, and like the chat
And
saying,
misdirection, they pointed that out as well.
Sandy just said rape would leave way too much DNA, and
Right.
that's
Absolutely.
true. So I don't think that they were raped at all. So what that lady just said, that she thinks that they were forced to service the guy. So we
I don't
kind of
think
know
so.
at gunpoint, you don't think that would have happened?
I just don't. I think that there would have been DNA left on the lips on if they were given blowjobs, if that's what you mean. If they were forced to give blowjobs and stuff, that would have left DNA on person. And who knows? Like, honestly, we still don't really know exactly what they have. They do have some DNA. They said it's not the type of DNA that you would think of, so that leads you to believe it's not regular human DNA.
Right.
But that would have left DNA. So I don't like you know what I mean? Like, just because she's talking doesn't mean she's accurate
Right.
with everything. So
and if you are talking about a snuff film, you know,
yeah,
there doesn't need to be intercourse for that to be turned into a snuff erotic thing. Not to mention, if you're going to say Kagan or Tony were the perpetrators, they might be a bit of a buzzkill in that video.
Look at this. Oh my God, you got a stalker. See that?
Aspen is the calming voice of the chat. He can talk so calm and low.
Yeah.
Monotone voice. He doesn't get happy or anything.
No.
Health, let me send you some money.
He doesn't get excited or anything either. And then when my voice is whatever, I'm just, you know, when I get, I don't know, when I get feisty or worked up or whatever a little bit, the feisty side.
Sonny, you've got that like sex operator voice.
I know.
You just need Mama here to like
unless
really.
Mama's on, then I get taken away.
then I'm just the guy that's in like a Boston movie. Hey, look at him.
Yeah. So anyway, Mike, it's like I said, we each have our own story that we're trying to figure out, right? It's just that no one's gonna try to convince you. Well, maybe somebody will. If I came across information, you know, that gave me more insight or changed my mind, right? Definitely, right? Of course, I'm gonna look into it. Of course, I'm gonna dissect it. It's kind of like the whole thing with really the person in the back seat, right, Adam? Is that Adam really thought it was KT. And I didn't believe it was. I didn't think so. But if it was, I mean, I needed proof. Yeah. And then when someone came along and said, hey, do you want to know who the back? Could I hit myself? Because I've looked at Dak Keller so much and I didn't clue in.
That's one of the reasons you do lives, you know, because, you know, we brought it to the community and someone within, 2 days had the answer for us. And
now,
I was wrong.
You guys have been following this case, right, for 5 years since it happened?
I know. Mm-hmm.
I've been following it since the 2018.
I've only been following this for like 2 months, and I am so invested in this case. Like I just want to know.
There's something about this case that does that to you, Mike. I've done a lot. I've looked at a lot of true crime, and there's something about this case that I don't know if it's the sensationalism of the fact that we have all of these clues that should make it so easy to solve, but you can't. Or if it's just the emotional part of it being these two beautiful young girls.
There should have been an arrest. I mean,
you know what I would say? I would say ignore any Facebook group. Truly. Besides looking at what people post just to humor yourself a little bit sometimes, they're usually just way off track and venomous, to be honest.
I can't stand Facebook.
No, I literally cannot stand them myself. They're a tool to be used for certain things to look at, perhaps, for information, but just stay out of conversation.
Johnny just checked in at the McDonald's down the street. Like, I don't fucking care. Like, people do that. Like,
well, no, you know what they are? There's a lot of damn ass bitches in those groups, and all they do is wait for you to join so they can attack you because they've been sitting in those groups for 5 ass years and they still don't know shit. And all they do is wait for somebody to post that's new or has any sort of different opinion, like with me, right? If I don't usually talk, and then when I do, I just get attacked by the trolls and the tramps that are in there, to be honest with you. And they're not really worth it. But I'm just saying, if you truly might if you want to give yourself a freaking headache, keep going down all those different rabbit holes. I would literally I would take what channels that you think have the most plausibility, and then do your own research.
That's what I do. I watch all these videos. I'm like a fucking sponge.
All right.
Everything, like I said, only for 2 months. I've only been following this case for 2 months, and I know everything about this case. Like, even my wife, she sent me a screenshot that Keegan Klein showed up on Facebook. She just, because it said Delphi in the title, and she knows that that's all I focus on. And I'm like, I know exactly who that guy is and what he's doing and what he's in jail for and all kinds of shit. Like, I know about him. And then just recently, I happened to just, from one of the videos I watched, I think it was the murder sheet about Keegan's music. So I ended up finding that, and I was like, wow, it's actually not that bad.
You're not the first person that's told me that.
I was surprised because I was thinking I was going to click it and be like, oh my God, this is fucking horrible. It's actually not bad at all.
No, and it's this stuff reminds me of things like Anthony Greeno, and I hate to associate him with Keegan Anthony Klein, but it's that people have these huge talents, and instead of using their talents for the purposes of good, they do shit like they're doing. And like, kind of like Anthony Greeno, he's a fantastic creator of what he does. The guy does really great creative work.
What happened to him? Because
he's in jail.
I know that, but I watched all his videos. I actually just the other day and yesterday, I was still watching his documentaries and everything. Yeah, they're very well done.
They're done. Yes, they are. But the thing is that some of it's information that's not necessarily true. And again, but that's, what, it doesn't matter. That doesn't really matter what channel you go to. There's going to be misinformation. But then again, a wise person goes, hey, you know what? I'm going to take this with a grain of salt. I'm going to take this. I'm going to look into it myself, and I'm going to find out my own answers regardless. So I think of Keegan Anthony Klein, right? There's talents there. For sure, but instead he chooses, he's the ideal candidate for being a pedo, right? He's that 500 or 350 pound guy that is the loner that sits in his room, that doesn't really probably have a lot of friends, probably, like I said, doesn't have the best life, but hey.
Or bathe.
Yeah, or bathe, right?
You think he's too big for a shower?
Yeah, well, I just said I met someone like that exactly to a look into a T online, and again, it's just the same. They just fall into the same stereotypical thing, and it's kind of like they can't get women real typically, even though he had this girlfriend, and I don't even know how much of a girlfriend.
She's cute.
Yeah, I just honestly. They were probably friends more so than boyfriend and girlfriend. I'd like to hear it out of her mouth. Her name starts with A, but anyway, I'd like to hear it out of her own mouth because, but it's not to say that there isn't someone to love in the world. There is. I'm just saying that he fits the stereotypical thing of somebody that's going to sit in their room, because, right, like I said, and pack on weight, even though he's been like that since he was younger. Again, whatever his emotional issues were, whatever caused him to be narcissistic, whatever. Either way, he fits exactly that profile regardless. And sadly, he probably in his own eyes didn't really think what he was doing at first was wrong. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think he probably really
He's a master dissociative.
Yeah.
He's probably been doing it since the invention of smartphones.
Right?
Think about it.
This is where sometimes when people do things and they don't realize the extent of the crime that they're committing because they don't look at it that way, because especially on the internet, you almost act like it's almost like a safe zone that you can do and say and get away with whatever you want. But then all of a sudden the whole, the crime internet stuff came in. Everything became a lot. I've been around since the internet was basically starting there, really, when it was really coming out. And it was, like I said, at first we can get away with whatever we wanted to. We could. We could download whatever. We could do whatever.
He would have kept doing what he's doing unless he got caught. So
yeah. So Summer Girl says Kak said he made $1,000 per video. What kind of videos was he making? Well, hold on. I thought he said I remember reading where he said he got like $250 in the transcript. He would charge $250 to make like a website. I know he was talking about that. So do you guys remember?
I don't remember him saying how much he made. I remember him saying he would work on it's an app called Fiverr.
Yeah, but he was talking about that and he was referencing amount that he made. Okay. I remember that in the transcript. It was like $250. He could do it for like $250. So I don't know about this particular comment myself.
Right. She also said the music is fake, that it's not Klein, which I didn't know that.
I didn't think it was him either. I thought it was his name, his quote, his music, but I'm like, this doesn't sound like that guy.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Coming from like his interview, the HLN interview, I'm like, that doesn't sound like that guy. I think he was using somebody else, like kind of like a Milli Vanilli.
Right.
But
Milli Vanilli.
But opposite. He's showing people that he is the rapper, but he's got somebody else actually rapping.
But you would think you would need a computer to really make to make music that way, and he said that he was using his phone to make graphic design, which is pretty ridiculous. So I would assume he was probably using his phone to do music.
I make music on my computer.
They never, but you know what I'm saying. But then there wasn't even a computer in any of the things that they confiscated. So I'm assuming if he was doing graphic design on his phone, he probably was doing music on his phone. He probably didn't have a computer that he was using.
Well,
didn't he have 10 cell phones?
Oh, well, he had, I think there was 7 altogether.
Well, 7, 10, whatever.
And then he found the one like in the rental car.
That's what I mean. That was like 7.
And then he sold one on eBay after the police took it.
Right. He sold an iPad for like $150 and police went and got that. And, but yeah, so, but he had an old computer that he said was like HP or whatever it was. Right. Basically, and he had like a Wi-Fi stick or whatever. So again, for me personally, my journey right now is going, what the hell happened between the fact that that Libby's phone had a message from the Anthony Shots account at 8 a.m. the day of the murders. And he makes a comment that, but she didn't show up, right? Bullshit. And then
that is real sketchy.
Right. So now take that, right? So take that and then omit the rest up until, after the facts, because like I said, there's that window where he's sitting in his vehicle right near his grandma and grandpa's house on Paw Pike Road there. And he's on Country Club and he's sitting there looking at porn because that's what he was doing was, whoever it was. Now, Adam, correct me on this one when this happened. When were they trying to say that there was 2 people talking?
As far as I remember in the transcript, they talked about, I think they said they implied that there were people talking on the account, different people talking on the account several times, but they talked specifically about the day of the murders, about there being several login, logouts, logins on different devices. As far as I remember, they only said the day of the murders. They didn't specify a time.
Okay.
I will say, I know that this is something that hasn't been said a lot. I do know that in 2017 on Snapchat, because, normally, if I want to open Facebook on my phone, I can do it. And then if I want to go to my iPad, I can do it and I don't have to log out. On Snapchat in 2017, if you wanted to log in on a different device, you did have to log out of your other device.
Right.
So when he says he was talking to multiple girls, it could be true that he was using multiple accounts.
Yeah, but
he was logging out on one device and logging in on the other.
Yeah, I just know he was lying in that section. I remember when he was talking, I was like, "Go, dude, you're lying. Like you're lying." Yeah. Whatever he was talking about, because I'll have to go back to that because I've been kind of starting at the beginning of the transcript and then kind of like writing down my little things where I'm catching him being a
Something
liar.
that helped me a lot was reading it, because
Yes.
I listened to the Murder Sheet people read it, and it was really hard for me because I think they did an incredible job, but I think it was really difficult because what you were hearing was their inflection on certain things, and you were hearing their opinion basically kind of put into the reading of it in the way they
Yes.
read things, and nothing against them. But like I found it much more helpful when I read it myself, just the transcripts.
Correct. You absorb it, I think, more, right, Mike?
Yes.
You've
and I
read the
don't hear,
transcript?
and I don't have their voices saying, putting
Yeah.
inflection on certain words.
Right.
Right.
Mike, you've read the
think they did
194?
it well. Like the way that they do their are they podcasts? Then they put out a video. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, their
And-
podcasts, and they've been uploading a lot of their videos to YouTube.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think they do a really good job at what they do.
But did you actually read the transcript by itself?
No, they read it to me.
No, I know that. But they have a transcript that you can read yourself.
Right. I'm saying if you read the transcript yourself, you'll pick up on things that you don't when they read it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying.
Right, because you can just stop and go and you can absorb it. So as much to like, I mean, I did enjoy how I really feel like these people are actors and actresses the way that they read. They do a very good job.
Especially her.
But yes, so I mean, I did listen to it about 5 times, 6 times, especially from the last hour mark onwards. And then I just started reading the transcript, and I was like, yeah, and that's when I can really see where what he's saying, and it's absorbing more into me what he's saying and what's more truthful and not truthful. So just meaning that there's the transcript out there for you to actually read and go over it yourself.
Where can you actually get that though?
You can download it. You can actually, if you can download it if you join their Facebook group, you can download it.
Yeah, just go to.
Or
just
if you
join their
actually
Facebook group.
if you Google it, you should be able to find the link to download it. The PDF.
I'll look into that.
Yeah. And also something else you pick up on is there's 2 law enforcement officers in the room with Kagan when they're doing the interview, and they don't necessarily always say who is asking what. And when you see it in print, you can pick up a lot more on where they're going and where they're coming from with some of the questioning, just by knowing who asked what questions.
Mike, in the chat, I just dropped the link for the Facebook group for the murder sheets. Okay.
Right, and you don't have to. I found it. I don't belong to the group, but I found it without. I did find the PDF.
Well, you can go to their thing, but honestly, you probably might if you're interested in the case. And I would honestly just recommend that you do join the group. To be honest with you. I think it's a good group to join for the fact of, it's these people are doing a good job of having people contact them now because it's out there and their subscribers have just literally jumped 500 in the last few days here. I believe it was videotaped and staging was part of the video scene. Yeah. A shattered mirror. No, I could care less about a shattered mirror whatsoever, to be honest with you.
Is he the Shane Evans guy?
Huh?
Is he the guy that thinks Shane Evans is the POI?
I think so. Wait, was it Shane? I just remember, if people want to keep going down the wrong path,
does he sound
go
like
ahead.
British or something, and he does his old videos? Yeah, I think that's who it is. I personally don't think Shane Evans. I mean,
Cody, Shane, and he's found a picture with all 3 in it.
If anyone in a small town is going to be recognizable, it's going to be the mayor.
Yeah, we're not saying that there's not corruptness and shit going on.
No, of course. But I'm just saying, if Shane Evans walked
is
across
not
that
the
bridge,
BG, but if
people would have known that was him.
Like I said, all you guys got to do for yourselves is pull up your POIs, look at the freaking BG's picture, and then you can either include or exclude. That's not rocket science. That really doesn't take a lot of work. The pictures are out there to be used.
Hey, Sonny, as long as we're hanging around with you, Keegan Dunker is BG. Okay, no matter what happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is true. Yeah.
But when this chat closes, I have another POI though.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can, and you know what? By all means. But my thing is this, Mike, is that I'm not here, like I said, for myself. it is not somebody else's story to tell here. This is my story to tell about the Keegan Dunker and the connection and the associations and telling what I have come across. That's my point of this channel. I am not here to waste my time because other people want me to talk about other BGs and stuff like that. Because to me personally, that is a waste of my time. And I don't feel like I'm being honest and truthful if I'm sitting here trying to humor people that I just know aren't the BGs. This is a personal thing. So it's nothing against you, but it's not up to anyone watching me to tell me what I should be thinking or what I should be saying. That's the part that I will always be defensive about because, like I said, Ron Logan, I dismissed him a long time ago. But if it's your avenue and you want to look at his videos and stuff, by all means. I just always have to stay true to my heart, regardless if somebody agrees with me or not. This is my channel. I'm talking from my heart. Everything I do is for doing it like being truthful and honest. And when I say that I don't want to entertain other BGs, it's because I don't. I feel like it's a waste of my time that I'm not being truthful to myself. Because again, I wouldn't sit here I myself know to be true that I would not put Keegan Dunker's ass on blast if I was even questioning my motives, the truth, that I did my homework for it, and so like I said, people can blast me all they want. I do not care. I will keep staring people in the face going, Katie's the BG, because
Well, at the end of the day, it's all for the girls though.
It's all for the girls. Like I said, I have no shame in what I'm doing. I don't.
You shouldn't have any shame.
I don't, because again, I've done my part of what I intended to do. When I put out videos originally, I never said his name. It was only because I was getting a little bit pissed off. I think I was, like, to be honest with you, I was getting pissed off at other channels for being such dicks to me. And I was like, screw you guys. Like, because I had said, I know who the BG is. And I thought that people would be like, oh my God, someone finally figured it out, right? In my own imagination, thinking that. But instead, I just got trolled and attacked by people. And I was
just
like,
want to know, do you think there's other cases going on YouTube that there's groups of people that are that invested in this case? Like to other cases? Like, do you think there's an unsolved murder out in California right now that there's tons of channels that are doing what we're doing, being like online sleuths? Like,
yes.
I think that, I think yes, but I will say that I think Delphi does elicit a passion in people that other cases don't necessarily. I would say
I'll agree. I think Summer Wells is pretty wacko too.
But I think that Delphi, it amplifies things 1,000% with people for some reason.
It's crazy. I didn't know shit about this up until a couple months ago.
And that's why I was saying earlier, I don't know if it's necessarily the evidence we have versus just the horror of it all. But there's something about this case that does bring about something in people that makes them, one, passionate, and two, it creates drama in a way that I don't think other cases do among people.
We're just going to blame it on Keegan Dunker. He creates this fucking drama.
Well, you know what the thing is that, to be honest with you,
Garth.
It's not Keegan Dunker that's created the drama. He's the BG, but he's not the one he didn't set the course and path for this. It's just that he was the only person that was captured on video.
He's one of the pawns.
So whatever, yes, he's a gopher, and just kind of like that's to me what he is. And I could be totally wrong about that part, but he's definitely by no means the leader of this. By no means, he would be the last pawn on the rung. He would be that last player on the rung of any of these people. As for Summer Girl, if KK was at the bridge, who was at the phone at the Country Club Road, I guess unless somebody speaks up, we won't really know if Keegan was truly, I don't know. What do you guys think about this? Do you guys think that Keegan Anthony Klein, knowing that he has video experience and just humoring yourself to say that there was a snuff film, do you guys think that Keegan Anthony Klein was at the bridge? Not that he's a bridge guy, but just that he was there. So it's either you think he's there, or was he truly at his phone looking at porn?
No, I think he was there because I think he set the whole thing up.
Keegan-Kline?
Think about it. He's the last person to communicate with Libby. He set it up. She thinks she's talking to Anthony Schatz. Ooh, this hot teenage guy. He wants to meet me at the bridge. Like, that's who she thinks she was talking to. I think
right. To me, if anything, the person like that would say, let me just put it this way. If it was hypothetically, let's say, like I said, that revenge was on Derek. Obviously, someone used Keegan-Kline as that middle person, then perhaps to do the luring, right? Because obviously this was pre-planned. So let's just say they had pre-planned. They were, what's the word we want to use? Preening, whatever, prior to the date. So meaning like it was like something that was set in motion. Hey, we want you to contact this person in a sense. And now you're going to, get her to like you. We're going to get her. So
it was like a fucking relay race.
Right.
Here, you do this part. Now we get them down the hill. And then these two get the girls to cross the stream, and then from there they do what they do. It's just it's a big fucking lot of shit going on all at once.
Well, I was gonna say, hold on. I already seen that picture. That's an old picture. I guess it's an old picture to me. Yeah, I mean, this is off Keegan's. Hold on a second. I'll just show
if you had asked me a month ago if Keegan was at the bridge, I would have said, or at the site, I would have said no 100%. I don't know now if he was there or not.
I'll agree with that answer too, because my thing is this, and I want you, and I do have to go to the bathroom, but I want you guys to think about something while I go get the toilet to drink. Okay, all right. Is that Libby? Okay, Kelsey said. First of all, the girls, right, were earning some money for Becky's, doing some stuff for her. Then Kelsey said that they asked if she wanted to go to the mall. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kelsey had said no. Then they went back later and said, hey, do you want to go to the bridge? And Kelsey said no, that she had to work, but then she said she felt bad for saying no. So we all know that part of the story there, right? So my thing to you is this. When Keegan says that she was supposed to meet up and didn't show, was she originally supposed to go to the mall thinking that her sister was going to take her to the mall? Like, meaning there's something missing there. There's something wrong about that part of the story. Because if
obviously he's lying. She didn't show. Yeah, she showed. She was at the fucking bridge.
Okay. Right. Now, the bottom line is, though, so let's just say he's lying, right? Like, I mean, she was supposed to be there. She didn't show. So, they take the blame off me. But my still the question in my head still, Mike, will be how, regardless, the girls had to get to the bridge somehow. So they obviously could have played deception or whatever. So my point is this, is that from what Becky says, from what Kelsey says, even though it kind of is off, a little bit off of what they're both saying there, that it was that Kelsey came out and said, hey, I'm going to go to my boyfriend's house and whatever. And that's when Becky says that that Libby says, like, can we go? Like, can you drop us off at the bridge type of idea? So even though it was said differently, my thing is this, is that what if they would have said no? They would have had to figure out, like, do you know what I mean? Like, this, to be planned, this would have had prior knowledge that at approximately around a certain time that the girls were going to be there. Like, do you know what I mean?
Walked. It was a 20. They could have walked. It was a 20 minute walk.
But my thing is this: is that the BG, regardless of who the BG is that he was set up and he was decked out with headphones, a microphone, a thing on his back. He was prepared for the girls, or the girl. I'll say the girl. Well, we could say girls, but girl to show up. So, at what point? You know what I mean? It's not like it's a consistent line that says, yeah, the girls were going to go there around 2:00 and this and that and this. It had to be some sort of messaging ahead because
which we know took place. We just don't know the timeline, and we don't know what words were spoken.
yeah.
But the bottom line is, I think they, I mean, I think that, if you ask me, do I want to meet at the mall or a bridge, I would probably say the mall. But, so I think she might have suggested that first. For whatever reason, the bridge is what came up. That could have been at 10 o'clock in the morning. But at the end of the day,
that's such a weird thing, though, going from the mall, which is a
public place,
to a bridge that you're not really supposed to cross that, because even like the trail, it's
right.
Hey,
But if you're a 14-year-old girl and you have a guy that you're kind of infatuated with, as they said in the transcript, and he says, "Let's meet at the bridge," she's gonna be like, "Okay." I'm just saying she is a what's the word, impressionable young woman, and and she's enamored with this guy. So she might have wanted to go to the mall, and he may have said, "Let's meet at the bridge."
Right, like Deb just said in the chat, that possibly made him mad.
Right.
But again, nobody thinks that Keegan Kline was bridge guy, right? But there's a chance that he could have been underneath the bridge waiting for down the hill.
Yeah.
Like there's so much shit that we're never gonna know. We could just speculate it all day, every day, and we're never gonna know.
Well, I mean, I hope that we do, but I mean, some of it isn't our business. We don't need to know. Like, I don't need to know if they were raped. That's not my business.
I don't either.
And if it was my family member, I wouldn't want people to know that. But
exactly.
But I hope that we at least have answers at the end of the day.
I think we will get them, and I think that's going to come this year.
I agree with you, Mike. Can I ask Mike who your POI is? I'm not gonna argue or judge. I just am curious. Is it Ron Logan?
For the bridge?
You said you had your own POI, and so I just was asking who it is.
Well, after seeing all those videos, it's like I can't unsee the fact that Ron Logan was the cattle wrangler. Okay. He was on the bridge. He's the older guy. Hey, girls, I'm a policeman. You're trespassing. Go down the hill. You need to get out of here.
Yeah.
And that's all he was there for.
Did you know that he's on he's on film at that pizza place?
No, I don't.
I mean, do your own research, but no, I mean there is video of him at that pizza place in I can't remember the timestamp on it, but to me that definitively meant he was not on the bridge.
Yeah.
Right. And then you can keep going down the rabbit hole and be like, oh, that was Tony Kline.
Absolutely you could.
But then you can go down Sonny's rabbit hole and be like, yeah, he had a mask that he had underneath his chin, and that's Keegan Dunger. We're not going to know until we know.
Of course, no. I was just curious. If Ron Logan was your POI.
Well, like I said, he wasn't up until like I said, that video. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, and I get why, because I did the same thing. But you know what? You've been doing it 2 months, and you're gonna learn fast. And just like about the whole thing that the person was pretending to be a police officer.
All right, can I say this before I forget? Like I told you guys,
yeah,
I have MS, so my brain doesn't work how it used to work.
Go ahead.
Now, what I was saying was, fuck, I already lost it.
Okay, you were talking about Ron Logan on the bridge, about the cop pretending to be a police officer.
Yeah, that video, the image detection and analysis.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, they know that Ron Logan has passed away. Why would they continue to put this out there to show that Bridge Guy was Ron Logan?
For the exact reason that we're talking about it, that people are viewing their videos, and they're getting views, they're getting subscribers, and you and I are here sitting here talking about it right now.
Yeah.
That's 100% the only reason they're doing it.
I mean, like, if it's their path, it's their path.
Unless
Like,
somebody really stole his hat, because the fucking hat.
No, the
with the
hat.
dent.
The dent in the hat is virtually verbatim to Ron Logan's. But once you get past the fact that the police are correct, like if there's one thing that I would say is the police aren't deceiving you the whole way through. They might throw in a few things, or they might downplay, just like they downplayed the warrant on Keegan Klein's, like back on the 25th or 24th or whatever the heck it was.
Oh, the raid, yeah.
Just like they downplayed that, okay? But at least follow the pathway. Don't reinvent a wheel that's not there to reinvent. Listen to Open Secrets and what those people are saying. Listen, look at what's true. And the thing is that if Ron Logan is literally on tape and they know he was at the burger place, how can you dispute that? You can't, So the hat, yes, to me that's verbatim. It was someone that intended to almost make it seem like Ron Logan. It was staged to misdirect. We're not here. We don't know what the exact misdirect was. Again, it's up to you to believe if Devil's Hop Yard is truly the crime scene. If it's not,
And another thing I said, probably like the first time I found you, do you think the whole BG thing is set up by the cops? Like, that's an actual cop that they filmed, and they did the voice because they have other people in their crosshairs, and they don't want to tip them off and have them be like, oh shit, they're on to us. We got to move to another state.
When people start making up stuff like that,
I just made that up.
No, but yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, when you look at this case and you really take away all the shit crap that people are saying or adding to it, and so what I think my advice personally, Mike, is to anyone after following the Suzanne Morphew case and like the Summer Wells and stuff like that, honestly, stay in line with what the LE is telling you, even if it's little. But if they say certain things, believe that more to be true than not true. The minute you start believing that the person pretended to be a police officer or stuff like that, stuff that's just made up. Like someone just made that shit up. Just like they make up like the fact that this is a jacket. We have good sources and intel that says that this is the jacket that was worn at the Subaru, bullshit like that or whatever.
What I meant by that was, what if the police said, hey, Henry, grab your camera. Hey, Mark, dress like this and walk on the bridge, and I'll take a video. And this is what we're going to show the public to trick the actual murderers to think, oh, shit, they're after somebody else. They're going after Bridge Guy.
No.
I don't know. Think about it. It is a possibility, though.
No, it really isn't. It really is not. And you can think it, but it's really not. People that start doing stuff like that are just, adding stupidness to me to the storyline of it. Like for instance, I have these nut jobs that sit there and say, oh, that Palladino's note was planted on, okay, I shouldn't call him a nut job because he watches me. But I'm just saying, to me, that's just like going way out of the planet and atmosphere, is because when you start thinking that these things are planted or that the police specifically did this, honestly, you'll come to find when you're following the stories that everything is close to the truth of what was being said by the LE. And people wanted to make it more dramatic, and people can't say the simplest shit without it being okay. Let's just take about the Kelsey German thing. About in the transcript, it said something about you were the last one. Just you spoke to Kelsey German on the night of the 13th or something. People wanted to twist it. They wanted to change it up. right? It was like, did they need to say that, this, that? So I went to the source and I said to Becky, hey, Becky, because type of thing. And so Becky said, no. Kelsey, like, I mean, Kelsey could be the source too, but I went to Becky and I said, Becky, was this said or whatever? Or this is being said. Is it true? And then she's like, or do you know why it was said, Kelsey? And then she had told me because Kelsey was scrolling through the different people that had been in contact with Libby, and she was just trying to figure out if anyone had seen her, which she had done with multiple people. But no, people took something as simple as that, wanted to twist it around. And then so what happens is, like yourself and even some of the shit that I whatever look at, you start you don't even know what's true anymore, because something that was as simple as Kelsey doing that, and at the time she wouldn't have thought nothing about it, right? Like she wouldn't have thought nothing about scrolling and saying, hey, have you talked to whatever at the time? That only would have come to her once it was actually shown, like when the video come out showing that Anthony Schott's account, and then having hindsight to go, oh, I was like literally talking to this account, you know? Whereas obviously the police in that, obviously the police in that, they're not going to sit there and tell the Germans everything like that. So lots of the shit that they're seeing is probably like this whole transcript thing. That was all probably news to them, because they, you know what I mean? It's not like they're sitting there feeding the family, because, you know, tell a grab, tell a this, tell a talk, you know, and then it just gets regurgitated. People talk, right? If they know more. So of course, as much as the family is hurting, they're not going to give away things that would affect or impact the case. But I just think that when you start adding twists and turns like that, that's just going into a different hemisphere of thinking, really. It's never, nothing's usually that twisted, besides perhaps the Lori Vallow case, which is a fucking nightmare of a whack job of a case. Oh, I literally had to stop watching that one. It was something that you could never even imagine. You thought it was out, but the Delphi murders it's more deeply involved than the surface, but it's nothing like the Vallow case.
Can I say something really quick?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying this is my personal view, and I'm not saying that someone's wrong if they believe this, but when you live in a world where Lee Harvey Oswald was the patsy, everything in your world becomes a conspiracy. You know, and Lori Vallow, that's a perfect example, because her world was so fucked up, and that's the world she lived in. That's why that case is so weird. But most of the time, the truth is not a conspiracy.
No.
I am a conspiracy theorist myself.
Are you? Okay.
And like I said, I'm not saying that, you know, I could be wrong, and I'm just saying I choose to stay closer to the truth.
What we know the truth to be. And we could be wrong, but you know what? You're going to be more times right than wrong, than thinking that there's all these conspiracies within the police. I mean, there's your good cop, bad cops. Do I think for 1 second at all, you know, that blows me away, but there's people out there that think that they're purposely trying not to solve this case. Okay, right. Give your head a shake. And if you hear marbles, you know, go add some more, because honestly, it's not true. I mean, like seriously though, it's like people are making something that's more simpler. And what I don't get myself, Mike, and I'll say this again, what I don't get is, why are people so willingly to add in these absurd stories? And
right, like Sandy Hook wasn't real.
Hey? Okay,
like Sandy Hook wasn't real.
You know what? Okay, I'm sorry. Call me dumb on this one. What the frick was Sandy Hook about? I don't even know.
It was the elementary school where the like first graders were murdered.
Is that what that was? Right, reference.
But you know, there's a big group of people that say they were actors and that it never happened.
They said it was all about gun control.
You know, I feel like this too. People are taking Princess Diana's story and making it into something it wasn't. I remember when that hit the news right away, and exactly what I was doing, because I was folding my little son's, and he was about 1 year old at the time, if that. It was in August, so yeah, and he was born in so
97.
You know, and so she literally died because she was getting chased by the paparazzi. And basically, you know how if you're trying to speed away, but somehow like Elvis is alive, and like right, is that they tried to make more bullshit out of Princess Diana's death than really what it was. Simply, they were driving through a tunnel. The paparazzi was chasing them. They smashed, trying to, you know, avoid it, because you know how if you're getting distracted, smashed. That's what happened. That's what happened.
See,
But
like
somehow,
the conspiracy theory stuff that I'm about, it's just knowledge. It's just like smart. Just think about it. Like what you just said about Princess Di. Yeah, that's what happened to her. I don't think any other reason. And yeah,
no.
Elvis is dead. But when you get to cases like this, it's like, what the fuck? You have to think every, you know, maybe you guys need me to talk to you because I'm the one that's thinking differently than you do.
Nope.
Listen,
Hey, I'm open.
Sonny,
I am
Sonny
open to hearing.
Dunker. I'm gonna start calling you Sonny Dunker.
She wishes.
I'm just, you know what? I'm very passionate. I'm very set in my ways. When I know that I'm right about something, no one. It's like no one can tell me differently. If I ever be like someone said to me once, or a couple times, I think. So, Sonny, would you apologize to Keegan Dunker if you were wrong? And all I'm thinking in my head is, well, I'm not wrong, but okay, sure. But yet, I didn't even want to say that because I'm like, I'm not wrong, right? Because again, when I do something, I don't do a half-assed job, right? But again, people just judge me or judge whatever because they're like, well, you don't work, you know, you're not a freaking forensic person, you're not this and you're not that, because people are so apt to bring you down instead of bring you up. So if I say to some people like, I'm gonna come back and laugh in your face for all the times that you did, you know, like you dissed me and stuff like that, and then people will post, you know, Sonny can just hardly wait to gloat the fact that she saw this, and no, fuck off. No, it's because you were such a dick ass that internally I would be lying if I didn't say that I would love it when I come back to you and go, see, dickhead, you know, that's for making fun of my psychic abilities that I've never claimed I had, or this is for that, you know. Like I said, it's so laughable to me what people want to try to put upon to me or other people. And it's just such hostility out there. It's crazy
Right.
to me, you know. So yeah, call me Keegan Dunker's wife. I don't give a shit, you know.
Can
Go
I read
ahead.
a question from the chat real
Yeah.
quick? I don't mean, Mike, is that okay?
Oh,
Yeah, of
can
course.
you just answer this one?
So, yeah, that's the one I was going to say. Summer said if KAK had sold the intel of the girls going to the bridge to a third party, do you think it was to a known or an unknown party?
It was to a known party.
Known?
Right, because wait, let me see if I read that right. If Keegan Klein sold the intel of the girls, and make sure you guys are very good in KD is Keegan Dunker, KK is, or KAK is Keegan Klein, however you want to do it. Just if you're talking about Keegan though, put KD or KAK or KK, just so that I understand which Keegan you're talking. Even though the majority of people are talking about Keegan Klein because that's what's in the news.
Right.
KK sold the intel to the girls going to the bridge to a third party. Do you think it was known or unknown to the party? Oh yeah, it was. Wait, am I reading that right? Because yeah, of course it would be known.
Yeah, she's saying, did he know the person he was selling it to, or was it a stranger?
No, no, he would have known.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he would have known.
Yeah,
I think he
it
would have
doesn't seem
known,
like
yeah.
it's a here, dude. Let me just no. It seems like somebody knew him and knows exactly, you know, about the Dropbox or whatever. You know, it's somebody that's personally around him in a sense or knows, yeah, exactly what he's doing. That was like, hey, we can, you know. I just think it would seem really strange to me if, say, for me, again, right? I'm not saying about you guys, I'm just saying about me. It would seem really strange to me if Keegan Dunker just was like, if he alone knew that this was his plan and that we'd have to dismiss all of what Chris Mathis had said and what Garrett Kurtz had said. It's almost like we'd have to dismiss that if we felt like it was Keegan Dunker that knew Keegan Klein and was like, yeah, sure, count me in. I'll be there.
Right.
It wouldn't make sense. It just wouldn't make sense. It could be true, but it wouldn't make sense to me.
And I think if those guys knew him, I think it was through the friend too. But that's my speculation, 100%.
Yeah.
Because to me, that's just logical. Whether it was friend two or friend two's dad and Tony, I don't know, but
yeah.
To me, that's where the connection would fall.
Just what same thing. I guess I just answered what Sub Rosa had just said. He just said, I think if Keegan Klein sold the intel to the girls at the bridge, I think it was someone known to him. To what degree? Who knows exactly? And he's in jail for his own protection. Makes sense. Pretty much exactly.
I think it makes sense.
For me personally, Mike, again, I'm just here to try to make the most logical sense out of a fucked up case. That, I'm just trying to decipher myself. And I don't, like I said, I'm just trying to follow the path that's kind of been given to us. And as shitty as what we know, I mean, this obviously was a huge break to the sleuths by getting this information to do with Keegan Klein, a huge break.
Right.
This was like a blessing to the sleuths for sure. So now it just adds to me going, okay, this is starting to come together. Makes sense to me now. It's kind of like, okay, but the one piece of key shit that's missing for me is I would just like myself, not that the LE or FBI haven't, I would just like myself to understand who was it that went to Keegan Klein that made Keegan Dunker be on the bridge that day. And to me, if it was anyone, I can see my backdrop. If it was anyone, I would think it would be, I would say Garrett. Who would you think? I would think that Garrett, because of Austin Pojoy.
Right.
So I'm
thinking, I'm still not 100% whether the connection could be through Tony or Kagan to Garrett, most likely. But
True.
Because if you look at KT's dad, who was arrested with him, he was into meth, and I just
true.
I'm like I said, I'm speculating 100%, but to me that's where this whole thing connects somehow.
I was gonna say, because it's kind of like I clump both of them kind of together, the dad and the son, because I think that they're both just as guilty knowledge to all of it. I think.
And the only reason I say friend too is because the police, they brought him up.
Yeah.
And they are very strategic in what they say during an interrogation, and the people that they mentioned were for a specific reason.
Yeah. Right. Obviously.
And when police go into, from my understanding, when police go into an interrogation, they have kind of bullet points of things that they need to establish. And, there'd be no reason for them to just out of the blue mention friend two unless there was relevance.
Right.
Exactly right. They go into the interview with a game plan.
Of course.
They gotta get, what do you guys call them, KK? They got to get Keegan to say certain things just to bring up other things. And then they're like, okay, check that off. He just said that. Okay, now we can ask him about this.
Right.
It's like,
and that point of the interrogation was right about where the one detective lost his cool and had to leave the room. And then the interrogation kind of eventually ended pretty abruptly. So I feel like that point where they brought friend two up was kind of the point where he was getting fed up. And Keegan wasn't giving them what they wanted.
What do you think of this? So Sub Rosa says, deleted the data on the last iPhone so that they wouldn't kill him too. That's not exactly what I think happened. That's my thoughts on the particular scenario. So I think it was that Klein's that did it. So basically that, he basically was deleting the data. So basically it's almost like him taking the fall. That's all what it seems like he's doing, is that he's part of it, and he knows he didn't kill him, right? Disassociating, whatever you want to call it. But obviously deleting the incriminating evidence against others, for sure.
Right. And if it does have to do with the whole Anthony Shots account being the motive.
Yeah.
After the girls were dead, the only person that could have incriminated whoever was using that account was the friend of Libby's who she had a falling out with, most likely over Anthony Shots. And a week later, a ski mask person showed up at her house.
So, sorry, say that again, Adam. So was Libby arguing with someone or?
Remember Kelsey
friends.
said in the interview with what's his name in the I think it was a donut or coffee shop or something there, when she talks about how Libby had been fighting with her best friend or her friend. She'd had a falling out. And
okay.
My understanding is
that the
falling out
daughter?
would have been over the fact they were both talking to Anthony Shots.
Mm-hmm,
and Libby was infatuated with Anthony Shots.
Right.
I mean, to the point where he sent her money. Which again, to me, then ties into what the girls were alluding to when they said we have a secret.
Right.
But is that a rich boy was sending her money.
Okay, right.
And then after they were dead, the only person left that could incriminate Anthony Shots was the friend the friend that he was talking to that introduced Libby to him.
He kept saying, but I was talking to her friend.
Right.
I was talking to the friend.
And then someone showed up in a ski mask a week after at her window.
Right.
Which I find it odd also that, if your friend was murdered, would you give someone your address a week after they were murdered?
Right.
And then they show up, and then someone in a ski mask shows up at your window?
Right. Yeah. I never really thought about that whole part of it, to be honest, because I've been too consumed with other things. So
I tried to put myself in the, if I were a 14-year-old, how would my mind work?
Right. Well, you're closer probably to it than I am.
14. I mean, pretty much. I'm like right there.
Mm-hmm.
So that part to me is really, really odd and interesting.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I wasn't really thinking about that line of thinking, to be honest, because you know how each of us all pick up our own things that stick out more so. So although that stuff sits in my head, I didn't look at it that way. So I'm going to be more interested for us to talk about that because that would probably be the same one that said, "Hey, did you hear what happened to Libby?"
It is the same one.
It's the same one, right?
From people that have read the unredacted transcripts, it is the same one. It's all the same friend. It's all the same. It's the girl that we know about.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hey, that lightning bolt go through my thing? Okay. Yeah. I'm going to have to think about that one or talk about that one with you again.
I'll wake up to 47 messages from you.
Yeah, right? Sometimes I come back into chat and all of a sudden like sometimes if I'm at work and I'm just like quickly hitting the messenger button. Because you know how it shows our faces if we've seen it or whatever? Right. Sometimes I'm at work and I'll just be like quickly hit my iPad and I'll be like, oh shit, look all the shit they're talking about in there. It's kind of like go ahead.
Got it. No, I was just chiming in. I gotta get to bed. It was really good chatting
what time is
with you
it
guys tonight.
3?
Here?
Yeah.
3 o'clock.
It's almost 3.
Yeah.
Is it 3 for you too, isn't it, over there? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I hope you didn't think I gave you a spanking or anything like that.
I'm a big boy.
I was gonna say, for me, I'm one of those people that you walk, you can debate it. Again, you're gonna have your thoughts. I'm gonna have mine. At the end of the day, we're just here because we care about Abby and Libby, and
exactly.
We just want the case to be solved. And it doesn't really matter who's right or wrong or da. That's the bottom line of it.
Yeah. And the hardest part of this stream is me not butting in with you talking, because no offense, but you are very long-winded.
Oh,
my wife is the same way. I'm like,
I know
come on, just get to the point. Come on, spit it out. like I joke with her all the time. Again, because I'm not going to blame it on the MS, but because of the MS, like it's hard for me to pay attention for a long period of time.
All good.
And then when I'm thinking of an answer or, you're saying something and I want to just add to it. By the time you're done talking, I've already forgot.
I get it. And you know what? But that's the difference is that you can interject with me. Of course, you can interject. I get that. And I take no offense to it because you know what? I've heard that all my life. And honestly, I could care less if you say it to me or my family says it to me. It doesn't change who I am, no matter what.
I think I was a gentleman. I didn't say, shut the fuck up and let us talk. I never said that.
It's her channel, though, right?
Exactly.
Well, no, but at the end of the day, sometimes I get off and I'm like, shit. I probably didn't let him talk that much because, sometimes I just get on my train of thoughts and talk, but yet I don't have a problem if somebody wants to interject. If someone didn't or interjected, and I really was wanting to stress something, I would say, hey, just wait, let me finish and then talk. But I'm not one of those ones that really cares if someone interjects on me. So yeah, sorry about that.
I think I did a good job. I tried not to butt in as much. A couple times I did.
Wouldn't it bug me if you did?
Now I know.
Yeah, it wouldn't bug me. It just depends on how much someone, because I've met the opposite like that, where people interject so much that people can't even get a word in edgewise. So I get that by the same token as well.
Yeah, but if that was the case, then I'd just start my own streams.
Right.
And no one wants to be the man that's always interrupting a woman.
Well, I was going to say, right? I mean, at the end of the day,
exactly.
It really is. It's my channel, right? If I want to talk for 20 minutes or an hour, and if somebody says, you know what, I don't really like the way Sunny does things or whatever, great, go open up your own channel because that way you're the lead. So by all means, to me.
Hey, so I'm going to leave. Is Deb going to come in? Because she's been active in the chat all
No,
time.
Deb doesn't want to come in.
No, we have Deb on timeout.
Deb just wanted to relax tonight, stay in chat, be the supporter from chat.
Deb's still researching the bestiality angle of the case.
Oh, God.
Okay, anyways, you have a good night.
Thanks, guys, for bringing me into your world. And I'll see you on the next one.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, Sonny Dunker.
Okay.
I'll see you on the next one.
See you, Miss Logan.
Bye.
All right, take care.
Should we start referring to you as SD?
Yeah, SD. STD. No. Okay, so yeah, I know. I apologize if I do. But the thing is that, because sometimes I get off a live and I'm like, shit. I wonder if Deb or Adam is like, oh, Sonny talks so much, blah, blah, blah. Because I know I do. I know I can,
It's your channel.
Yeah, but
at the end of the day,
sometimes it's just like, when I get started or somebody gets me going or whatever, or my thoughts. See, I just have a lot of thoughts that go on in my head, a lot of things that I want to say, but I've always been known to talk circles. My family and people have bugged me about this all my life. And I'm like, great. Well, let me just, talk about you and what you do wrong in a sense, as if it's like a bad thing. And that's what I hate is that when I'm with customers or whatever, I get it. Because there's some people that just want to go. I've had people leave comments like, just shut the fuck up and get to the point. Well, go fucking get your own channel then, Wow. Because I find it offensive. That's like me say, well, why don't you go get a new face because yours is ugly? Like that's how I take that as when someone says something like that, because it's just as rude to me in a sense. But it doesn't faze me anymore. I used to take it to heart, and I would probably cry if somebody said that back to me when I was younger. Now I just don't give a flying fuck, to be honest. Anyways, what do you want to say? Anything here? Answer any questions?
I actually haven't been paying. I just looked at chat for the first time in a while. Dana Maupin said, or Mupin, I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. Does anyone know if LE or FBI interviewed or polygraphed Tony Klein yet? And why do you think he has not been arrested? It's not been publicly announced whether he's been interviewed. We know there was a raid in his house in August. So whether he was polygraphed or questioned at that time, we don't know. But I personally think that there's a grand jury that's been convened that is trying to determine whether they have enough evidence to charge him with what I don't know. But that's the rumor I've heard, and that's what I think is plausible, is that there's a grand jury right now deciding whether or not they can charge him.
I need to go get a drink.
Absolutely.
Okay. Go ahead. Is that okay?
I'll take control.
Okay, thank you. Are you sure?
Oh, yeah.
Are you sure? Okay.
But no, if anyone has a different thought, or if anyone has heard anything differently, let us know. But that is my impression of what's going on with Tony Klein right now. P said we would all get very bored if Sonny didn't talk. I agree. Bonnie said, how did Libby get the money from him? We don't know. My assumption is that there was a PayPal, a Venmo, some sort of a money transfer app that was used with an account for her, but it's just speculation. Deb says, I agree, Adam. They're preparing for a case against him, gathering arrest records, etc. Yeah, they scanned in to the court system in Indiana all of his previous, I don't know if it was arrest records or court documents. A lot of people speculated that they were new transcripts, but they were just scanning them into the court online system, was my understanding. But I do think that something with Tony Klein is going to happen in the next week or two, personally. But what that is, I don't know.
I'm just going to sit here with my mouth shut. Sprite. Babe, I'm good.
Okay, Deb said the arrest records. Okay, thank you, Deb. We had 7 flashers while you were gone, Sonny.
Did you? Only 7?
Yeah.
Were they
Yeah.
CD, 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 and CD?
And then they were wee-wees.
Yeah? Oh, okay.
Dana said, I mean, they got him talking to little girls, accessing child porn sites, and looking in little girls' windows. Well, we don't know that he looked in the windows, but yeah. I get what you're saying. So even if they can't charge him with murder yet, why not get him off the streets? I mean, that's perfectly logical, Dana. So I think that something is coming with Tony, though, in the next week or two.
I would agree. If not sooner, to be honest with you.
Like I said, especially with it being, I mean, because I'm sure now, like, their news crews, along with the police, probably camped outside of his house.
Yeah. They've probably been camped outside of their house for a long time.
Well, it's funny to me, like, because we knew after the murder sheets thing came out, the transcripts came out. That was 2 weeks ago, right? Over 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
So it's funny to me how like huge now it's become in the media, because I'm like, we're all like kind of like coming to the tail end of digesting it.
Yeah.
Aww.
Does anybody else have any questions in chat? Because I know sometimes I'm sorry when I get long-winded and shit. That people are talking in chat, and so if there's anything that you wanted to ask again or talk about, feel free, and Adam will answer all those questions.
With my soothing voice.
Yeah, with your soothing voice. Yeah.
Where's Laura? I want like compliments on my skin and eyes.
I know, right? Actually, there's a few people that I haven't seen in a little bit. Unless they're just keeping quiet up there. There's a few names that you typically see. Right. Sometimes it's kind of like me too. When I go into somebody's channel, I typically don't say shit.
Right.
Sometimes because I don't want someone to go, oh, Sonny, do you want to come on? Because you know, I just want to listen a little bit and then go do my thing. Pretty
Right.
much.
I hardly ever catch lives, so I mean, when I do, I'm like proud of myself almost because I don't subscribe to a lot of people, so I don't get the note, and I don't get notifications. Like I don't even get your notifications. Like so, if you go live without me, I just won't even know.
Yeah, like he's not silent. He's not silence has been on here before. Like he's been on the live.
Yeah.
I think Peace is a he. I think I was right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Because of the sign. Right.
There's Laura.
Oh, is she piping up now?
Thank you, Laura.
Did she wake up? Oh. Yeah. Right. She. Just when you thought she wasn't there, she comes out from the left, and there she is.
Thank you. I needed that before bed.
Yeah, it's your turn to keep us from boredom, Peace says. Right. And I'm pretty sure the only thing that he missed saying on that, because he probably ran out of space, was your skin looks great. Probably ran out of time saying that. Just saying. Okay. It's my.
Can you block this person named Deb? I think she's a troll.
She is, right? I just laughed out loud. Laughed out loud at what, Deb? Like, what were you laughing?
Laura said I have good eyes, that I have good eyes on skin.
Right. She was probably puking.
Right.
She was laughing and then yeah.
Dana said, it's my first time here. Welcome, Dana. So I don't know what y'all think, but what are your thoughts on Bart and Kayla saying BG sounds exactly like Kagan and not Tony?
I'm going to let you answer that one this time. Go ahead. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, I don't know Kagan, so I mean, they would know better than I, but I don't really think much of it. I think that, Guys Down the Hill is, now you can all compare my voice to it.
Yeah, I think you sound like the BG now. What the fuck? How you sound like
I think that is, I think, voice experts have also said it's too small of a sample to compare. So I think you could hear what you want to in it. But I also don't know how it's been edited as far as like what they've done to the voice. It could be in a pocket. We just don't know. So I don't honestly think too much of it.
We didn't put any subs into it, Dana or Dana, whichever way you prefer to have your name said. Don't put much substance into it. Honestly, nobody can tell. Even if that person walked up to Becky tomorrow, as she would never know. Why? Because it's a whole different condition and everything. Right. And if the experts can't tell you, go ahead.
All right. I was just saying, I will say, and this could be an unpopular opinion, and I'm not saying this to discredit someone that's been traumatized, but I found Kayla's story to be really vague, and I found it to be very interesting in some of how connected it was, but then in other ways not at all. And there's something about her story that felt a little different to me, and I don't know what it is. So I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying I'm skeptical over her story.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that I don't think it didn't happen. I'm skeptical over whether it's the exact same thing.
To be honest with you, she comes off as flighty somewhat. Like she comes off as like not really overly believable, and it's because, how do I say this and without it sounding bad, because it probably
right, because I'm not trying to say she's not being true, but to me the years didn't match up.
Hey, the years. Mm-hmm. Go
She
ahead.
talked about being 12, and then she talked about being
in 14,
in her like mid-20s and married, and then I'm like, and she talked to him all the way up until like she was married, and then I'm like, but the times in that don't match to me. But
yeah, when I personally listen to her, and I don't know if it's someone that, like I said, wants to add more to it than really,
because it came out right. It came out before a lot of the. It came out that story came out in the end of December. So I mean, we hadn't really all jumped into Kagan Klein the way we have now. So, I mean, I don't discredit what she's saying, I guess. I don't know. There's something about it that's off.
It's just that when she would answer a question and be like, oh, I don't, and it's almost like she kept making this laughter, but yet it was like she wasn't really saying a lot beyond it. Like, okay, well, yeah, I really do wish I remembered the name. I don't know.
And I would have blocked him, but he kept making new profile. I'm like, and this was on Facebook.
know?
This wasn't like on Snapchat.
The one minute she's talking about 12, and then the next thing she's talking about 14, and I'm
Right.
like, almost, okay, let me just put it this way. It sounded like a very uneducated person answering. I don't even want to say, yeah, okay. So, meaning she was not crisp, concise, clear. It just came off as, yeah, and then, but I kept messaging him, even though he threatened to stab me in the neck and bleed me out on the floor. But yeah, we still kept in contact. That's what it reminded me a little bit of.
I've not listened to her interview with Reno. So Laura said that
Same
she
shit.
agreed, but that when she spoke with Reno, she had a more formed story. I haven't heard that, but I will look at that. What's his? I don't know. Never.
I don't even know if
at that.
it's still up or not, but I would say that the credibility lacked with me. Like, not that the credibility did, but it's kind of like, so you're saying that he threatened to stab and kill you because you brought someone, but hey, yeah, we kept in contact, and then it was just like, I don't know. So
Right.
yeah,
Then she's like, I got married and changed my name. So I'm like, I'm not saying it didn't happen to her, because I don't want to ever disbelieve someone that's been victimized, but the times and something about it didn't link up to me.
Yeah, that's all. Because, and like, there's probably some truth in there for sure. It was just like listening to somebody that was doing drugs at the time almost. That's what it almost reminded me of. It was almost like, oh, you've been doing drugs, haven't you? Because it just came off to me as sounding like all over the map. And it just did, but not to say it's not true.
Right. Which, like I said, could be, that could be completely innocent because it is 100% true. So that's why it comes across as not making sense, because it's someone's memory from when they were a kid.
Well, you know what? There's a difference. When you hear someone talking, like Kate, for instance, Bart. Okay? Right? Okay. When you're listening to Bart talk, he's clear, concise. He's saying it, and he has a very adult mannerisms of talking. She came off like, if she was in her 20s, she sounded like she was 15. Like, that's how she was speaking, like she was 15 years old, and this person that kind of laughed but didn't say it had a lot of substance to what she was really saying. Couldn't, it was just like listening to bits and pieces of stuff, but nothing really substantial, like when Bart was talking. And so I think when you have that, and that's why to me it was like I'd rather listen to someone like Bart any day speaking than how Kayla was talking, and not really. I'm kind of just all over the map with her. Okay, she's laughing, then she's saying about her no thing, and then going, I don't know, it just seems really weird, really strange, talk, now that I think about it, that type of talk. So there was just two different things. And when you have someone that speaks clear and concise like Bart did versus Kayla's story, it just two different. It's like an apple to an orange.
Right. Because even like when I talked to friend one, like I could tell the things that he was kind of glossing over versus the things very in detailed about. Like, like that came across really like, glaring to me, how the things he would leave out of, of like, oh, I'm just trying to work 3 jobs and be a stay-at-home dad.
I know. Right.
But, and like, oh, no, my life wasn't in shambles before I went to Vegas. But, and I'm not saying he isn't a great man. I'm just saying that, I can pick up on those things that, I don't know.
I get it. You read between the lines, you just feel it. You just feel a different vibe. You got like people that are intuitive and whatever. You just pick up on those, the between the line shit and the person talking, and if it sounds, like if it sounds like you're fabricating or whatever, you just pick up on the different things. Most people understand this.
When I like it, like I said to you, like one of the things that he had said to me, when we were chatting that stuck out to me was something that was really innocent, but it just made no sense in the context of everything else. Was when he said that, like, of all the things Kagan said he did for a living, one of them was a park ranger.
Yeah.
Which I found to be really odd, and I still do, because I'm like, nothing about Kagan Klein says park ranger, and nothing about Kagan Klein, like, who he even wants to present, would like make me think he would want people to think he was a park ranger. But then looking at it through the context of the girls being murdered, I'm like, why did he say he was a park ranger?
Right.
You know?
Right. Summer says, who is more complicit in this? KAK or TK? I'm 90 to 100. Anything?
I don't know. I mean,
who is involved? Who is involved more with the? Hey, would you say both?
I think they're both culpable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think the references they pointed out in the police interview, because there were hundreds of these chats that we didn't hear.
Yeah.
You know, that they didn't talk about in the transcripts. So I think the ones that they focused on are the ones that had to do with Tony, which is why there were so many things about, my dad wants to know this. Would you do this with a 42-year-old, which was Tony's age at the time?
Uh-huh.
Would you do, you know? So I think that the snippets we were hearing all were about Tony.
What always sticks in my head about Tony was when Keegan basically says that he's a illiterate computer person for the most part. That he has to do all the work.
I don't buy that. He's got a Poshmark account. I don't have a Poshmark account.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
And he's active on
it. But Keegan could have set it up for who knows.
Keegan's been in jail. He's active on it, and Keegan's been in jail for 2 years, almost.
Yeah. Oh, okay. He's probably not as stupid. I just think that Keegan is the one that created the whole shit. I think that I think it's just learned behavior. That Keegan grew up around a guy that liked to date younger girls. He witnessed probably a lot of shit. It's just learned behavior from his dad, and he kind of went down that same hole. And then, and then of course, when people are that age, right? It's amazing. Like I said, I remember when we were watching that Anonymous, and he said there's probably like 200 and something million, 16, 15 that just want to know how to, hack someone's Roblox account or whatever. And that's what it reminds me of when people are 15 and 16. Like, it was amazing what I taught myself how to do. Honestly, shit that I didn't. And then next thing I know, I was emulating time, getting all these freaking little checks in the mail and shit. And I was like so proud of myself because there was no internet recourse. And then these
I thought I was big time because, like, when MySpace came out, like, I could like code to change my background and like put a song in.
Right. I remember MySpace.
I loved MySpace.
You know what? I vaguely remember it. I had it, but so I was hearing, you probably don't know this one, but there was, if someone's in chat, they might remember this one. There was a program that first started out, and it was called ICQ. The letter I, the letter C, the letter Q. So if you said it fast, it meant ICQ. I didn't know that for years after. Anyways, that was pretty much the start of when Messenger came out, like meaning messaging people was ICQ. Right. And then it turned into more of like Yahoo and Messenger.
Or AOL Instant Messenger.
AOL, shit like that, yeah. And so, so I thought I was like pretty badass, emulating time. I was doing all this shit, but I just see Keegan being the brains of the whole Dropbox thing. But I just see both his dad, like, like how he talks like his dad didn't know. Like, no, why would I talk to my dad about this or that?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that.
I'm just not buying, because when Keegan's talking in those transcripts.
But they were going to go to a brothel.
He's full of shit a lot. Hey?
Right. Right. Like they talked to a prostitute in Vegas about like how much she was going to charge, and like
You
they were going to go
know,
to a brothel
yeah,
together. And one of Keegan's
right.
friends had sex with his dad, and so
Right.
sex was not off the table when it came to him and his dad.
Oh, Deb's leaving us. She's going to bed. Thanks, Deb. Night. Oh my God, are you tired too? You probably are.
I'm surprised your husband's not trying to go to bed.
No, because he's too busy streaming or gaming right now. He napped earlier.
I can do around. I can nap for another 15 minutes, and then I've got to go to bed.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, go ahead. See what you can read that if you want.
What do you want me to read?
Sub Rosa, the one that I have up. Can you see it? Or
do you
want me to? Okay.
If these potential victims, why don't you read it? I don't know where it's at.
Okay. If these potential victims were all together upstairs, they would be more difficult to catfish. Their purpose, oh my God, that's a yawn. Okay, they're purposely looking for young girls who are a bit goofy. They're more likely to bite.
Insecure.
Yeah.
And not only that, they were also looking for girls that were local.
Yes.
It wasn't like they were just looking at girls online to get pictures. They were looking at girls in the area of Peru, Delphi, that area.
Yeah. And when you map out these people, it's such a small little space. Like Keegan's grandparents just live down the road. His freaking relatives are all around him. Candace. Okay, so Deb said that Candace Schatz was in some sort of interview yesterday, but she never did post the link. Now that I think about it.
Oh no! I think was that yesterday or was that an old interview?
It was yesterday because it said Candace Schatz. She just said
Candace
she
is the
said
one
yesterday.
That dated. Is she the one that dated Julian Powell's dad?
No. Wait, what?
Yeah, there's a connection there. All the JP people go crazy over it.
There's a lot of Powells within the names.
So
how much they connect?
If I'm remembering correctly, and I'm sure someone in the chat will tell us in just a minute, I think that JP's dad dated Candace Schatz.
Oh.
And so there's people are saying that that's the connection between JP and the Kleins. I've never gone down the JP rabbit hole.
Yeah, because to me, so let's just say he knows something.
Right. I mean, the man is disturbed. Clear. I mean, I pray for him.
Right. I just think that he's like that person that's of no interest to me. I don't give a shit. I just think he's nominal to me in the scope of things. But Candace Schatz is the one that lives across the street, obviously, where he got the name Schatz from, he said. But they're 2 T's versus his 1 T.
Right.
But I guess when you like I said, when you map out, and like Sheena Cottrell is literally a few blocks away. Right. Okay. So just think about that in itself, that Garrett Kurtz brings her up as one of the people that was talking about the murder tape. Oh my God, look at, she lives 4 blocks away from, from Keegan Klein. Like, heaven forbid, right?
Right. And I wouldn't be surprised if Michaela Babcock knows them too.
Oh. Because
the Babcocks are everywhere.
Oh my effing God. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if it was, I hate to say it, but I wouldn't be surprised if a Babcock was the one that let it be known, or I don't know. I just feel in the back of my gut and heart that because of the connection of a Harley, Michaela or whatever, I just feel like something there just doesn't sit well with me. And that there's a reason why I always get angry when I see that last name. And I don't really get angry when I see names. But when I see like certain names, but the Babcock one right from the get-go doesn't sit well with me. And the thing is that for me to be off on somebody is so rare. So usually if I feel something, it's because there's a reason to feel that way. It's very rare I'm wrong with my gut intuition or my own intuition. And so when something out of nowhere just makes me feel angry, and every time I see that name, I just feel angry. Like somehow they're a piece to the puzzle in it all.
And you know it,
That's,
but you just don't know why. But yeah, because
yeah.
there's a name
Well,
I've been coming across for a long time that I have no connection to anything with, but I can't get the name out of my head for some reason. So I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I said because you have an intuition over it.
Yes.
Where it's like you don't even necessarily know why at first.
Yeah.
But because like I said, there's a name that I've been like I can't get out of my head for some reason, and there's no connection to it that I haven't even really looked into it, but I can't get that name out of my head.
What's the last name? Can I ask?
EP is the initials.
Would the last name be Pearson?
No, Powell.
No. EP. You have to tell me.
Like you said, I'm not saying he has any connection to anything, but
right.
He's one of those names that comes up in different places that I'm like, who's this guy?
Palladino?
Eric Powell.
Oh, okay, Eric Powell. Gotcha. Okay, only because I see the name Powell and I choose to ignore it because it's like
I have no reason that I can't, but I'm like I see the connections and I'm like he knows this person and this person and this person.
I see a Powell name around a lot of people, and but it's not strong enough for me that I care to go look to see if it's in a connection to Julian Powell. I think I went and chased one Powell just to see, and I was like, yeah, this dude ain't worth my time. To be honest with you, it's not doing anything for me. Like meaning,
and that's why I haven't looked into it because it's like, but those names come up and you're like, you can't, and your intuition like is telling you something. You just don't know what it is.
I know it's no different. I know they're like when I go through certain names, I'll like for instance, there was somebody that was posting in a Facebook group today with the last name Shockey, SHOCKEY. Now I've seen Shockey name associated with many people. I don't want to say a ton. The consistent names are Smith, which is okay. There's a consistent name of Smith every fucking where. But
you really mean Smith, not the transcript Smiths.
Right. The real Smiths. Yeah. Right. Not the transcript Smiths. Yeah, no. So there's Smiths everywhere, but I choose not to use that name because that's too big of a rabbit hole for me to care about. But McKinney is a name I see.
Oh, yeah.
Babcock, Cottrell, Cox. I know that there's a few more that I can't think of off the top of my head. Hey?
Kingery.
I do see Kingery. Right. I do see Kingery. To have a lot of people as well. That one makes my eyebrow raise, to be honest with you.
Because of Spencer Kingery.
Right. Because somebody sent me something saying that he was whatever.
Logan Maxwell's roommate at one point.
And I do see Kingery attached to a
black. He's a police officer.
Yeah, I see it attached to a lot of people's that aren't such good people.
And he's related, and he's also was roommates with Eric Powell.
He's what?
And he was also roommates with Logan Maxwell and Eric Powell.
Yeah, so I just happened to see that one associated with different not so nice people. There's quite a few names, to be honest, but those are the ones that stick out. I know there's more. Huddleston is another one for me.
Nayer.
Huddleston, I see a lot. Which one?
Nayer. Nayer. Not the N-E-H-E-R one, the N-A-Y-E-R one.
Okay.
That one pops up a lot.
Okay. Hayes, I do see. I've been seeing a lot of Hayes. And yeah, but there's just some consistent ones. Again, usually when I'm looking, because I'll be like, oh, like it ticks me off when I'm like, for instance, Shockey, for instance. I've seen it many times. But honestly, I would have to have a fucking room full with a big tree on there. And
you would need Aaron.
Right. That's where you need Aaron, right? Psycho there. But anyway, that's where you need someone like Aaron who is like, here's your job. Do this. But then she'll veer off on you in 20 different directions to frickin' Mars and Venus and Saturn on you. But anyway, she was good for that little ball thing. And you know what? I'm sure she's come up with a wealth of information of different shit, to be honest, at the end of the day. I'm not dedicating. She's a, good little diver. you know, and then
Yeah.
she just veers off on a strange route. Which reminds me, Katrina, if you're in here, I'm so sorry that your attempt to. So Katrina, I blocked her. I feel like I was just getting a bunch of. I don't know. It just seemed like odd things were happening with Katrina and that person named Marie. I blocked Karina. Sorry. What the fuck? Sorry. So I blocked Karina, livid. She just constantly lies. She's lied about her age. She lied about her name. She lies about everything. And then the whole Ree thing, which is her supposed cousin. So I block her. So she sends Deb an email yesterday or the day before. Basically,
she put it on someone else's YouTube page.
Right. She put it on Crime Dive's thing, and then Deb took it down. But anyways, what basically she said was, and this is exactly what happens to people that get burnt. It was that, like, Deb, why do you even put up with Sunny? She talks about you behind your back. It's basically, saying blah blah
You're
blah
a bully.
about you. Yeah, and whatever. And what else?
You're a bully.
Yeah,
You called Deb a moron.
Yeah. And then she called out Aaron too, right? I mean, she actually called out Aaron in there too. Now, the thing is that what Aaron said was true. Like Aaron did say that about Deb though, because that was literally right in the chat. So it wasn't like she was off on that one. But so that's what happens. And then, so I sent Karina the attachment that Deb sent me because we had a good laugh about it. But that's just the depth of what people do when they, like, for this case. It's just so stupid. So I block her because her and Ree's account have caused me nothing but headaches, and they're just a bunch of liars. And so if you're in this chat right now, like, whatever, kiss my ass, girls. But it's probably the same person, to be honest with you. And it's probably those people that come in. Honestly, I can guarantee you these are probably the people that are coming in with these account names. I'm sure.
Well, guess who hasn't come in a while?
Right. And so anyway, so it's just shit like that someone tries to do, and that's just how
We've
pathetic
had no
people
John
are.
Fez.
Yeah, right? Fez, where's Fez? Hey, Karina. Hey, Ree, where's Fez? Just ask. Yeah, I mean, because you were watching the show Euphoria, and Euphoria has this name, Fezco, and yet this Fez person just comes into the room, yeah? I'm just saying, it's like, that's how twisted people are. So I'm just going to send Deb, put this post on, make up lies and whatever, and then to make yourself feel better. But that's just how, whatever. Anyway, we had a good laugh at it. I sent it back to Karina in an email, just to show her, like, hey, good try, good fight. But that's just how stupid people get over it. Right. It's just like, just come in, be a normal human being. Like, do you remember when I literally said to her, I'm looking up your name. There's no Karina Livid that is. Nope, that's my name. That was her picture. That was her name. That was this. She was 19, then she was 24. Either way.
Oh, that's a social media person I follow.
Oh, yeah.
But here's my real picture. But that wasn't your real picture either. Because your neck was this big.
Yeah. Like, right. Just lie after lie after lie after lie. And then the final straw was when you caught this. Because I didn't know. And then Adam says, it's funny how Euphoria. So Karina brings up this Euphoria. What is it? A series or something?
It's a show on HBO.
Right. Okay. And showing up here. Now, oddly enough, it just happens to have one of the main characters is Fezco. And so who was coming into my channel? That guy was Fezco. Was Fez. So what's the chances that this name that you never hear Fez ever really, next thing you know, she's talking about Euphoria, and this Fez person comes in. It was probably her dumbass boyfriend.
Right. And I don't think Karina's a bad person. I'm not saying that at all. So I mean, if Karina's watching, I think she's probably a lonely person. But I think she means well. I just think that drama might surround her.
Yeah, she creates drama for sure.
Right.
I don't know.
But I don't think she means, I don't know. I have nothing against her.
I just think it's those people that go around the internet and that they have to fake being something that they're not because they're missing something in their life, in a sense. And that's whatever the reason, whatever. To me, they're just fucked up somewhat. They just need, you know what I mean? People do the damnedest shit on the internet. And if she's lying about her name, lying about her picture, lying about this, obviously, like I said, there's something in her life that's just whatever. Anyways,
right. And if something is your lifeline right at that moment in your life, then that's what you need. I get it, but
I'm just tired of it. I just got tired.
Just don't be inauthentic.
Yeah, I just got tired of the bullshit, of the lies and whatever. Right. And it's just like, you know what? I never given anyone that many chances at all.
And what would you care if she just presented herself as she was?
I wouldn't
instead
care.
Of all of these lies.
Yeah. This is
unnecessary.
Yeah, it's just stupidness, to be honest. Just come in here, just talk about the case, whatever. Don't need to cause drama for no reason and blah, 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 blah. Anyways, KAK and AK are perverts, but are they killers? What were their intentions sexual, but something went sideways and caused them to murder? I'd have to believe that they were the killers, and I don't personally. What do you think, Adam?
I don't buy into the something went sideways theory, regardless of who the killers are, because you don't have the items that the killer most likely had with him, unless you're anticipating murdering someone. So when people say, "Oh, the girls tried to run and things went awry and he killed them," because they wanted to kidnap them, I don't buy it. They had all of the stuff to stage the scene?
I haven't been talking about Fouts too much lately, because I know the Dirty Birdies involved some which way or another with sex trafficking or the sex, shit going on, the boys club and stuff like that. I haven't really been bringing him up too much. I'm sure he plays somewhere in the middle of the mix of something or whatever. I'm just more focused myself on. Well, I mean, we know that Fouts knew Keegan Dunker because he was the judge. He pretty much knew Ashley, Garrett. They all were, someone that Fouts knew. But yeah, haven't really been thinking about him too much, to be honest. I'm gonna have to think about him again. I just feel like it's kind of like
sure
how
Anthony Grino will give us an exclusive interview.
Right.
His lawyer.
I know. But it's like shit on top of shit right there. Right? Could you stack it any higher than those two? No, probably not. Well, you could, I'm sure, but.
Well, I mean, yeah, because he's only like 5 foot.
Right. Right.
I'm playing. I'm just being cheeky.
I know. Now we're just talking cheeky. Yeah. What are y'all's opinions on what happened that day? Oh my goodness. Do you think KK and TK were there? Do you think that the vehicles at the CPS were involved? What do you think about KK's phone ping that day? Okay, why is it KK's phone ping that day? So it went from Garrett Kurt's phone pinging that day to, or the BG's phone pinging Garrett Kurt's.
You mean like Country Club Road? What do you think about where KK's phone pinged that day? What was his cousin's house? So I mean, I think that his phone pinged there because of it. They wanted to establish an alibi. I don't know whether he was with his phone or not, but I think if a phone is logged into Wi-Fi, then the phone was there. Do you disagree?
Oh, sorry. I was in different thought here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was like,
you're talking about the Wi-Fi at the friend's house.
Well, I was just saying why KK's phone. I was just picking up on that part of the question. But. Yeah.
Well, what y'all opinions on what happened that day? Well, that's the part I'm trying to find out, to be honest, though. Because, again, this is just newly learned information about the fact of 8 o'clock is when the Anthony Shots account messaged Libby's. We know that Keegan said that he was supposed to meet up, but she didn't show up. So where does that equate into the time, et cetera, et cetera? My brain gets all over the map when I think about I don't really know how to answer that question fully, because it goes from different scenarios to different scenarios.
Right. I will say I've never been able to make sense of the CPS building. I've never been able to fully make sense of it, to be honest.
Yeah. I've always discarded it.
I've heard rumors that Kagan's phone pinged there. But then again, how did his phone ping there and Country Club Road?
I know that one. that one to me, to be honest with you, Adam, that's only recently that I heard people start saying that his phone pinged at the CPS. I don't buy it.
Right.
Like,
I don't know. Yeah.
was it one of the 7 things that was taken that his dad took then? Well, like, meaning somebody was looking up porn. Okay.
Right.
There at that time.
Or is that where Garrett Kurt's phone pinged?
Yeah. Okay. My thing is this a little bit. The only thing that I think that Chunka Wunka there, Keegan Klein, the only thing that even remotely would make me think about Keegan Klein being at that area is just simply the recording of a video. That's it. That's my only thought on that. I don't literally think, actually, if someone were to say, hey, which one do you believe? Do you believe he was there or not? I would instantly say, no, he wasn't there. I'm not buying it. I'm not even buying the fact that his dad was there. I'm just,
I don't know.
It could be true. I'm just not there yet. I'm not believing that it could be true, but I'm just not. I just think that the Kleins were used as a portal to open up for the other ones to lure Libby to the bridge to do payback for her dad being an informant and a snitch and basically, stealing money in a sense. Or I just think that from everything that I've heard, and just from the sake of the cryptic note, perhaps, and it's just more in alignment with that than anything to me still. And I'm just waiting for something to waver it, or trying to figure it out myself. Sub Rosa says if something went sideways, they wouldn't have posed the bodies and done weird stuff like that.
I agree.
Correct. Right. No, this was to me planned. Like it's when you listen to the transcript and just everything, it's just, you can just tell it was like a planned thing. But then certain things stick out in my head about, okay, why didn't they, how is it that Libby and Abby got there at around a certain time, considering all these other events transpired that day? And that one still bugs me. It would be one thing if Abby and Libby had purposely, had planned to go to the bridge that day, and maybe that's the case more so. Who knows? But why would Kelsey lie, right? Like, why would Kelsey lie? So it could be very true that Kelsey's truth to that is correct, but that Libby and that had secret plans to, I've got a secret, and their plan was to go there. But I'm thinking in my head, well, like, what happens if Becky said, no, you guys aren't allowed to go there, right? So would the murders not have happened, or would they still have happened because there was a plan? I don't know. It just seems like there's like a piece chunk missing there.
Or it could have been as simple as, where was the mall?
Hey.
So I said, could it have been as simple as, like, where is the mall? Because is the mall in Delphi? Because I don't know if there isn't a.
No, Lafayette is where people typically go to shop. So maybe there's a little mini mall.
Kelsey was going to her boyfriend's, maybe the girls realized, okay, if we're going to get a ride anywhere, it has to be here in town.
Yeah.
Because Kelsey isn't going to take us to the mall, so we need to figure out somewhere in town. But I think the Anthony Shot's profile said, meet us at the bridge, and they were going to figure a way out to get there.
Yeah.
She had money in some account. She could have gotten an Uber.
Right. Jenny says the early morning car at Tina's house, which is that white car, that she says that Elijah Cook, and I can't even think of all the names right now. Elijah Cook always sticks. Oh, that's another name I always see. Cook. I see Cook a lot too.
And that's a whole rabbit hole I can't fully go down, is that Tina thing. I mean, I understand it all, but it's like, it's so in depth.
Right.
And sad.
Okay, so Tina's the one though that talks about her daughter Megan initiation. Mm-hmm. Even the dates. We had someone talking about it like it happened on the 12th. Then you have Tina talking about it like it was the 14th. You know, we have all that shit about Greeno and other people being at the bridge the night before and stuff like that, and probably
hurts my head.
true. Hey, but
It hurts my head.
It hurts my head. So I kind of take the gist out of what Tina says. I'll take the fact that it was probably revenge against Derek. I'll listen to the fact of that medium that was talking that has the same path that I was on before I even listened to her. Because again, it's to me the most reasonably logical from what information was given out there. And I just don't believe that there's nothing else to me that has ever shown anything. When you literally have Garrett Kurt speaking and Chris Mathis speaking and are talking about Delphi, why would they even talk about Delphi at all? Why? And it just blows me away that people just go, yeah, they have nothing to do with it. Really? Because out of any POI, that's the most accurate that's the most available information to follow from the horse's mouth of somebody that worked on the land and murdered 2 other people. That's not rocket science.
Isn't the argument people use that Kurt said that he was lying about everything just to get her to keep putting money on his account?
You talk about Keegan Klein? Wait.
No, I'm talking about Open Secrets and Garrett Kurtz.
Oh no,
that's always been the argument I've heard, that when people discredit that, it's that they say that he was lying just to get her to put money on his account so he would keep talking to her.
That doesn't make sense whatsoever at all. Doesn't make sense whatsoever. Considering Garrett's family is rich. Yeah, I'm sure his mommy and that would have taken care of him and daddy just fine. Or other people, I'm sure. But that just doesn't make sense at all. The most thing that I've ever heard really is that basically they're druggies, so that they're just bullshitting. They're just lying. Really? Even druggies.
One thing I think Garrett Kurtz said in the Open Secrets that I think is probably the truest statement of the whole case is people will do anything to get drugs.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think he followed up with saying, you know how many phones I've sold to get fucking drugs?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Okay, husband says he wants to go to bed, so we're going to bring this to a close. We'll just look at the last few things that are being said. We saw that one there. I agree. Keegan knew Tony was using the account. Perhaps he was hoping Tony would put more money on his books. I think there's something really strange about the fact that his dad just kind of disassociated himself. I don't know if his dad was pissed because he was...
The house was raided.
Huh?
Because the house got raided.
Right. Right. And everyone that it's funny. So everyone that talks about Keegan, like when Bart was talking about Keegan, right? They were talking about how angry he was. That he was always an angry person. And so it's kind of strange because it's almost like he gets portrayed more in the way the other guy was describing him, the other friend that was talking, and I can't remember, but you know that one that they just did with his friend? Sorry. And they were talking about it. Guy. Yeah, and he was making it seem that like he was talking like Keegan got whatever he wanted. That Tony did.
Told me that too, remember? He told me that Tony bankrolled everything Keegan did.
Yeah.
And he told me that Keegan manipulated his dad into sending him money all the time.
All the time. Right. So, so it's kind of one of those things because in my head I'm just kind of thinking to myself, okay, so you have Bart that's saying that Keegan was an angry person, and it almost seemed like that Keegan was getting bullied and beat up too. Am I correct? That Bart was kind of more saying that about Keegan, whereas the friend, like the other friend, and that is like saying basically like, no, Keegan got away with everything. Basically, the other, but like whatever, wouldn't get away with it, but Keegan would get away with everything. Right. So it just kind of seems a little bit, something seems wrong there a little bit. you know,
To
like,
me, it
which
also
is,
seems like, Tony has been able to elude anything for 5 years, and then Kagan goes to jail, and in August, Tony's house gets raided. And from Bart's thing about, when Tony doesn't have control, he has no control. Like when
right.
he feels like he doesn't have control of the situation, he loses all control.
Yeah.
So I can see him turning all of that anger and everything, since he can't be public about it.
Yeah.
He has to turn it all on Kagan.
Yeah.
That's my take on the whole, like, not talking to him thing.
Yeah. I'm just, like I said, working my way through the transcript still. Then I get sidetracked by looking at other stuff. Okay, last comment is from Sub Rosa, and then we're going to head off for the night, guys. Keegan was under Tony's thumb because Tony had been bankrolling his entire life. Keegan's brother said that Keegan has never had a job for any substantial amount of time. No, because daddy was, like I said, doing whatever. This reminds me, just quickly, this reminds me of my twin sister's relationship, where she had my niece Paige, and then the guy that she was with had 2 kids. And basically what was happening is that his kids could do no wrong, and Paige was basically getting abused.
Exactly.
Actually by the guy that my sister was with, and that he had put his hands on her, basically. So that relationship dissolved more or less because of the fact of his kids could do no wrong, and little Paigey, who's an innocent little porcelain doll, like, you'd have to have known Paigey, even though that's my little meth head now. But well, she's clean, I think now. But anyway, little Paigey, just a beautiful child, beautiful porcelain doll, and to think that, like, she's getting kind of like, like, smacked around for, as a child like that. But it just reminds me of that a little bit, that the stepchild is getting the abuse and whatever.
You're not the birth child.
Yeah. My ex-husband to my son, now, although obviously Matt's older and there was no other person in my ex's life that had to feel that. But let me put it this way. My ex-husband didn't really like kids at all, besides our own son. Okay. Even though he didn't give our son the attention that our son desired or needed and stuff like that. But our son Matt was like the prodigy son. Like, you know what I mean? It's like a conflict because he didn't give Matthew the time of day, not always, but he loved his boy. He loved his son. And other children just were an inconvenience and a pain in the ass. Besides our boy, that was, like, as much as he wasn't the best father in the world, he wasn't the worst by no means either. In a lot, well, no, now I would say the opposite now because of the damage that he's done to our son. But I would just say in general, it wasn't like he was a drunk or a druggie or anything like this.
He clearly made his mark.
But yeah, and so, like, when my little niece Haley would be like, "Uncle," she'd do that, and she'd go, "Uncle, Uncle, up, Uncle," and he'd go, "Get away, you little brat." That's what he would say. And I'd be like, "Are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me? She's freaking like a year old, And so you see this little freaking Ronald McDonald red-haired kid, "Uncle, up," and then he would just go like, "No, leave me alone." Like, that's like, he talked to them like they were adults, and I would just be like, "Oh my God!" So that's where me and my ex would always argue, was how he treated the other kids and whatever. But it was only because he treated me well at the time. And so it's kind of like you overlook it because you're like, you're giving him shit. I was giving him shit for how he was treating, like the other kids, because it was, but yeah, by the same token, he wasn't like this really badass person, but yet I would just watch him. And I thought, oh, you fake. You pretended to like kids when I met you, you freaking little liar, in a sense. But really, like I said, he loved his own. As for other ones, anyways, you guys, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Like I said, I wasn't going to do it tonight. So thanks, Adam, for coming on. And thank you,
Thank you, Sonny.
Now asleep and yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I like I would
We
like
stayed on
I
for
wrote
4 hours.
okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wasn't gonna do a live tonight. Because I'm been exhausted just from work and lack of sleep properly. And then when I am up, I'm looking at Delphi shit, and I wake up about 3 times or 4 times during the night or whatever. Whenever I feel like I don't really have nothing to offer, I don't feel like doing lives either. And I didn't really feel like I had anything I really wanted to say because I've been so busy looking at connections. And then I thought to myself, well, that's not true. There was a couple things I was looking at, that I played tonight, which was the paranormal with Angela Thomas and what Chris Mathis had said in that one where he just nonchalantly was, yeah, Delphi murderers, I really am interested in that from Carol, what she was saying there about a dentist and whatever. Because do you remember Mikey was talking about, he goes, I thought it was like a lawyer or something. Because I thought he was talking about like I can't remember what is he said, doctor or lawyer. He goes, I thought he was talking about like a lawyer or something. So it just really makes you wonder how many other people he actually has killed, or been part of or something like that.
Right.
So kind of curious about
Well,
that.
I
But
mean,
yeah.
and not to take away from what happened to him when he was a boy, because I didn't know that part of, because I just told you, like, I just watched some of the Open Secret stuff, and I didn't realize he'd gone through that with the Jehovah Witnesses. So that's horrible.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you should kill people, but it's horrible.
Right. It doesn't, right. Because it doesn't make for, you know what I mean? I get really upset, Adam, that when people have children, I took my role seriously as a mother that said it's my job to bring my son up to the best of my abilities, to teach him right from wrong, to show him loving, caring, kindness, but yet to be accountable, to have a voice. That if he told the truth, he wouldn't get into trouble. But if he lied to me, he was going to get into trouble. So just tell the truth. I just really tried to I thought I was bringing him up to be the most perfect son that would be strong and be secure within himself, that he could have a voice, be honest. So I felt like I was just doing everything right, regardless, because that was my job as a mother to do. And so when I hear of these stories of how people are treating their kids and stuff like that, I wish, like I could adopt all those ones. It just breaks my heart that when children are coming to this world and they're so innocent, and that people abuse, um, rape, like I said, have sex with their own children, fondle them. It's just so disgusting to me that these innocent children now have to deal with issues and anger. And some people will go the bad route because of what happened to them, because they just don't know how to deal with their problems and whatever. And it just makes me angry. It just makes me so angry that these children could have been brought up in a normal, loving, caring home. But no, no. People have to go fuck with the innocent children.
Sadly, the cases we know about are probably a small fraction of what really happens in the world. And that's what's really sad. So
anyways, you guys. Okay, with that being said, Jenny, too many people at the bridge with criminal backgrounds. Right. Okay.
Let's just hope that there's justice for Abby and Libby, right?
Yeah, justice for Abby and Libby. I feel like it's gonna come soon myself. I said the end of March. I know we're almost at the end of March. So I'm gonna hold out hope to the last day. But regardless if right or wrong, I just feel like it's coming. That everything is, like everything since the KAK-DK thing has come out, everything is just showing that, look, we're almost there, or we're there, and now it's just a matter of dotting their I's, crossing their T's, blah, blah, blah. That's how I feel about it. I think this is probably the most substantial stuff that has come out within the last 5 years of information. That it's just, everything has its time for when the door opens and closes, in a sense. And I think that, like I said, Pandora's box is looking at, he went for a second and then he came back. It's like magic. Okay.
Right.
So anyways, unless there's any last thoughts, Adam, I'm going to say good night.
No, I hope you have a good night, Sunny. I'll talk to you soon, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay. Good
Thank you.
night. Good night, guys. Take care.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah. Take care.